Chapter 616. Futian looked around. Other than the top forces that he'd seen before, there were many that he didn't know. They were most likely from the western region. Futian looked around. Other than the top forces that he'd seen before, there were many that he didn't know. They were most likely from the western region. In the southwest, Alchemy City was the largest city. Other than that, there was the powerful Inferno City. Fire Mountain was in the west and its influence reached outward, so many fire elemental forces arose in that area. The armorers of Alchemy City, the people of the main houses, the Sacred Fire Sect, and the Fire Emperor Palace were all skilled in the fire element. On the other hand, the Southern Ice Temple was obviously more skilled in water and ice. It would be hard to take away these top ritual implements. Haha. Bright laughter sounded right then. The elder from before brought people over again. Seeing all the strong cultivators gathered here, his eyes smiled. Just as he'd predicted, these people would definitely come here to compete if he prepared 7 top sage ritual implements. The people of the top forces were all very confident. They also clashed with each other rarely. Thus, they wouldn't miss a chance like the alchemy conference that gathered them all in Alchemy City. He had to exchange his ritual implements for the treasures of the top forces. Plus, they'd also gathered a lot of information and had judged these people beforehand. Setting up the bet like this, they could earn a lot. You are all top prides. Gathered in my alchemy casino, I am so honored, the elder said with a smile. Yesterday, I already introduced 3 ritual implements. There are 4 more today. This sword is the Ghost Shadow Sword. It's the sword that Ghost Sword used. It's thin as a cicada's wing and slices gold as if it's butter. It contains frightening sword intent. As he spoke, he looked towards Futian's group. Ghost Sword's disciple had entered the Holy Ji Palace and was still there. He didn't believe that they didn't want the sword. Hua Jieyu would definitely try for the telekinesis pearl too. This way, the Holy Ji Palace disciples would have to act. The elder pointed at another ritual implement. This is a sun crown. It contains fire essence from the 3-legged gold raven, the sun god's bird. Feel its power. The sun crown hovered in the air, releasing frightening sunlight. Many fire elemental cultivators would compete for this. The wolf fang bat weighs thousands of pounds and is a martial arts ritual implement. The thorns on it are indestructible. It's used to rip through spells and martial arts defenses. It is extremely mighty. This is a golden tripod. It glows with golden light and can transform into countless golden tripods to destroy everything. It can even shatter someone's spiritual energy and contains double attacks. The elder pointed at a huge golden tripod. The 7 ritual implements were all very powerful. They were top sage ritual implements. Now I will bring these 7 to the battle platform. Those who want it can come fight for it, the elder said, smiling. Welcome. Everyone's eyes flashed. The 7 ritual implements were brought out at once today. The crowd all walked towards the battle platform. The scene was very impressive. The Ghost Shadow Sword is your master's? Futian asked Zui Qianqiu. When I met my master, he was already disabled and didn't have his sword, so I've never seen it. But if the alchemy casino said that, I'm sure it's true. Something flashed past Zui Qianqiu's eyes. He had to get his master's sword back. The alchemy casino is the top gambling location of Alchemy City, Zhongli said. It's also the biggest ritual implement trading center. The most important rule here is honesty. They definitely won't lie. They all keep their words. It's the same for us. If we don't give up what we gamble, you won't be able to leave no matter who you are. Futian nodded. We must get the Ghost Shadow Sword. The golden tripod suits Zhongli, as well as the sun crown. As for the wolf fang bat, Yuanzhan should be able to use it. Everyone looked at Futian with strange faces. These were all top sage ritual implements and they were a big group. Each one would suit at least someone. Do you really want them all? Suke stared strangely at Futian. If we don't take it, others will. Let's not waste, Futian said to Su Quebec. That makes sense. Suke nodded. But Yusheng defeated Yanzhou yesterday, Zhongli said. The alchemy casino probably has a different judgment of our abilities now. They won't let us win so easily anymore. Our opponents won't be weak. Since they lured us here, they clearly hope we'll place bets and fight, Futian said. They won't make things too hard for us. After all, if it's the same as yesterday, the Alchemy Casino will choose the talented opponents of top forces who are the same as us. This way, no matter who wins, they'll just trade a ritual implement for a treasure. As for the strengths of the two sides, they only worry about the bets. Zhongli and the others nodded. It was true. The 7 ritual implements hovered above the battle platform. They were very attractive. The elder looked to the crowd and said, "The alchemy conference is about to start. It's rare for the top forces of the Barren State to be gathered here. Today, the Alchemy Casino brought out 7 ritual implements for everyone to bet and fight for. If you want something, please stand before the ritual implement and I will arrange for a fight. Of course, you must agree to it." As expected, many people's eyes flashed. This battle was designed for the figures of the top forces. These people were the best at attracting the spotlight. Many people walked onto the platform. Bingyi walked to the Hail Scepter. She didn't know who she would fight with, but she had to try for it. "Bingyi, virgin of the mortal world," someone said. "Yanjiu of the Sword Saint Mansion lost yesterday. He doesn't seem satisfied." Yanjiu walked out of the crowd at that time and walked to the Ghost Shadow Sword. Xieji of the Sacred Fire Sect. Another person walked out. It was Xieji going to the Sun Crown. Li Futu of the Fire Emperor Palace and his wife walked out together. One went to the Sun Crown while the other went to the beautiful armor shirt. Clearly, the couple wanted 2 ritual implements. Su Hongxiu of the Goddess Pavilion went to the Telekinesis Pearl. Yu Ming also went there, saying, "Hongxiu, I'll help you get it." "Thank you, Mr. Yu." Su Hongxiu's voice was extremely gentle. "One could drown in it." "What about the Holy Ji Palace?" the elder said, looking at Yi Futian's group. Today's setup was to make the talents of the Holy Ji Palace participate. They couldn't be missing. Even Li Futi had walked out. "We want all 7 of the ritual implements," Yi Futian said. The elder froze and then smiled. This was the best. Such a big appetite. Dizhou scanned Yi Futian. The emperor family had stocks in the Alchemy Casino, but this Yi Futian wanted all 7 ritual implements. Could he really take it all? "In that case, I'll have to arrange the battles with much consideration," the elder said, smiling. "No need to make it so troublesome, Yi Futian. Since we want all the ritual implements, we'll definitely give treasures of the same level. You only need to find 7 people who can give treasures of the same level to participate in the battle and arrange one battle. 7 is too complicated." Everyone's chests tightened and their eyes flashed. Yi Futian was very ambitious to want to take it all for himself. "So you mean you want a group battle?" the elder asked. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "We can send 7 people with no problem." "Interesting." Dizhou chuckled. "In that case, count me as one. I'd like to experience the Holy Ji Palace's abilities." With that, he stepped out to the battle platform. He wanted to participate. "Me too." Hearing Yi Futian's words, Nan Hao of the Nantian House also walked out. Yi Futian actually wanted a group fight. He couldn't miss this chance. Everyone's eyes focused on the battle platform. The setup there now was frightening. Li Futu and his wife Yu Ming, Xieji, Yanjiu, Nan Hao, Dizhou, Su Hongxiu, and Bingyi were 9 powerful cultivators. The elder gazed at them and said, "There are only 7 ritual implements. If you all wish to participate, please choose the ritual implement you want." "Hongxiu, leave it to me," Yu Ming said. Su Hongxiu nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Yu." With that, she stepped off. Then Nan Hao went to the golden tripod. Dizhou walked to the wolf-fang bat that no one else chose. There was still one extra person. Both Li Futu and Xieji wanted the sun crown. "Xieji, don't compete with me. You can't win," Li Futu said emotionlessly. Xieji's eyes hardened. He truly wasn't Li Futu's opponent. "Fine, I won't compete for the ritual implement, but I still want to be part of the fun. I'll participate in this battle for another ritual implement. Are there any?" Xieji asked the elder. "Of course. Then you'll gamble for another top ritual implement. If you win, you can choose anyone you wish. If you lose, you'll have to give up a top-level sage ritual implement," the elder said. "How is this oral vow?" "Good." Xieji nodded. "The conditions are the same for everyone else. Agreed?" The elder looked to Yi Futian again. "Agreed." Yi Futian nodded. "In that case, what will you all gamble for this battle?" the elder asked. The soul Guqin of the nine-fingered Guqin devil, musical piece mesmerize, my polearm of divine destruction, the sun scripture and the shadow scripture, Yi Futian said. Anything else? The elder asked, smiling. The sword ghost techniques, Zui Qianqiu said. He wanted the ghost shadow sword this time, so he had to bet something as well. The phoenix pill that my master created, Phoenix said. The elder's eyes flashed. The undying old man's phoenix pill was extremely valuable. Is that enough? Yi Futian asked. Yes, enough. The elder smiled. He was very satisfied with these wagers. Then he looked to the people on the battle podium. They all reported their wagers, making the elder's smile grow brighter. The surrounding people were all shocked. They'd all invested fortunes. Finally, both sides of the battle must agree. The elder looked back to Yi Futian's group. Chapter 6:17. Yi Futian looked at the gamble fight arena and said, I want to know the cultivation levels of all the people here. Yi Futian looked at the gamble fight arena and said, I want to know the cultivation levels of all the people here. All right. The elder commanded them, you all say your cultivation levels. Immediately, the 8 experts on the gamble fight arena reported their cultivation levels. Of the Li Futa couple, one of them was a grade 1 noble, the other was a grade 2 noble. Yuming grade 1 noble. Dizhou grade 3 noble. Xiaji Yanjiu Nan Haoenbing Yi. The 3 of them had taken part in the admission examination battle 3 years ago, so Yi Futian knew a little about them. Li Futu is from the Fire Emperor Palace and is extremely strong. In the region around Alchemy City, only Di Gang's reputation exceeds his. Yuming is an elite armorer and specializes in matrices. Be careful. Li Futa's wife is Xiang Zhiqin's sister and Dizhou is Di Gang's younger brother. Although he is only a grade 3 noble, he is also rather formidable. Zhongli introduced them to Yi Futian. There are 2 grade 1 nobles in the gamble fight arena, while we only have 1 grade 1 noble. Moreover, only Suke is a grade 2 noble, the rest are grade 3 and grade 4 nobles. We are in too much of a disadvantage in our cultivation levels. I would like to borrow the strength of someone else, is that all right? Yi Futian looked at the elder and asked. Who? The elder asked. Huang Jioga. Yi Futian replied and his gaze landed on Huang Jioga. He smiled and asked, We're already at the Alchemy Casino, aren't you interested? Huang Jioga had a shocked expression. He was surprised that Yi Futian would invite him as an ally in battle. He looked at the people on the gamble fight arena. He also wanted to try it out, so he replied, Sure, I'll join you in battle, but you have to settle the wager yourself and accept the result of the battle. Of course, if you still wanted the spoils of victory, I wouldn't have looked for you. Yi Futian smiled brilliantly. Huang Jioga was speechless. Was this how wretched this guy was? What about the other people participating? The elder asked again. Mi Yushang Suke Huang Jioga Yun Shuixing Yuanzhan Yi Shaoshur and Phoenix, Yi Futian replied. 1 grade 1 noble, 2 grade 2 nobles, 3 grade 3 nobles, and 2 grade 4 nobles. Do you have any objections? The elder asked the people on the gamble fight arena. None, Li Futu replied nonchalantly. Sure. Yuming also nodded his head. The others had no complaints as well. They had 2 grade 1 nobles, Li Futu and Yuming, giving them a huge advantage. Li Futu's battle ability was undisputed, and Yuming was an expert in matrices. Xiang Jian was also very strong. Coupled with the other 5, they felt that their lineup was extremely strong. Then it is settled. I will give all of you 2 hours to plan your tactics. The battle will begin in 2 hours, and the victor will be able to take all the ritual implements with them. The elder smiled and said. Many people snorted at his words. Giving them time to plan their tactics? More like giving the casino time to open up their betting house. However, this match was really something to look forward to. Out of these 16 people, half of them were geniuses from elite factions while the other half had 7 Holy Ji Palace disciples and Huang Jioga. A battle of such grandeur got the crowd really excited. Who would win this battle? The elder walked to one side and had a quiet discussion with some people. This battle was a group battle and was extremely complicated, so they needed to seriously consider the odds. On the surface, Li Futa's group had a stronger lineup with higher cultivation levels. The most prodigious duo from the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian and Yu Shang, were only grade 4 nobles, but their battle strength could definitely not be considered the same as a normal grade 4 noble. Huangjioga Suke Yuanzhan Yi Shaoshuren Phoenix could be compared with Dizhou, Yanjiu Xieji, Nanhaoan Bing Yi. The former 5 should be slightly stronger, but the difference would not be that big. If Xiangjian was added to the latter 5, it would be enough to make up the difference. What would be left was Li Futu, Yu Ming, Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yun Shuisheng. Li Futu's battle ability should be higher than Yun Shuisheng. After all, Yun Shuisheng was not that famous in the Holy Ji Palace. Yu Ming was a matrix sorcerer. Apart from his own battle ability, he could set up matrices to boost the battle ability of his entire team. If his whole team's strength went up a notch, it would immediately resolve Dizhou, Yanjiu and the other 3's weakness and turn it into an advantage. Therefore, Li Futu's lineup was likely to be stronger when considering the entire picture. What was left would operate the betting house. Soon the odds were released. The casino had offered a 1-to-1 payout for both sides. The whole casino was in an uproar and countless people rushed to place their bets. Although the elder in charge of the betting house was there were people repeatedly coming forward to report the situation. Today's match had attracted an innumerable number of experts, and the bets would reach a shocking amount, which was why he had specially allocated an hour for people to place bets. 80% of the bets are on Li Futu's team. If Li Futu's team wins, we will incur a huge loss, the elder frowned as he thought. The initial opening of the betting house was to assess the situation. As he had expected, because the strongest 2 members of the Holy Ji Palace had the lowest cultivation levels as grade 4 nobles, the majority of the crowd did not favor them, especially with Li Futu and Yu Ming's reputation in the Alchemy City region. In such a scenario, the casino needed to balance the odds well. If they felt that Yi Futian's team would win, it was worth the gamble. However, they did not feel that Yi Futian's team could win. This was different from Yu Shang's fight with Yanjiu. Adjust the odds, the elder said decisively. Soon the news had spread that the odds had been adjusted. Li Futu's side had their odds adjusted to 2-to-1, while Yi Futian's side was 1-to-2. Evidently the odds favored Li Futu's side heavily. These bastards, those who did not manage to place their bets in time, cursed. They had wanted to place bets, but they did not expect the odds to change so quickly, and it had changed to a difference of 2 times. It looks like the Alchemy Casino is also optimistic about Li Futu's victory. The majority of the crowd must be betting on them. Even at a 2-to-1 payout, many people thought as they continued to place their bets. After Li Futu's group heard about the odds, their expressions did not change. This was well within their expectations. However, Yi Futian's group was surprised. It looked like the majority felt that they would lose. As time passed, information continued to be transmitted to the elder. Soon the odds changed again. Li Futu's group had changed to 4-to-1, while Yi Futian's group was now 1-to-4. Bastard, I'm not betting anymore. Someone shouted in a rage. There was no point in betting on a 4-to-1 payout, there was too little to earn. Why not? A voice sounded. The person who had shouted raised his head and saw a handsome teen smiling at him. It was Yi Futian. 1-to-4, you can bet on us, Yi Futian smiled and said. His gaze then turned to the elder on the viewing stand and he asked, Senior, can we place bets as well? You can only bet on your own victory, the elder replied. This was to prevent people from losing intentionally. However, this was an uncommon sight for geniuses like Yi Futian. From a value standpoint, those who participated in the gamble fight were not allowed to place bets, but it was inevitable for participants to get others to place bets for them. Therefore, the Alchemy Casino would supervise the participants to ensure that they did not lose intentionally. If the casino found any such cases, they would not live to walk out of the casino. Yu Shang, 7th brother, don't you all have ritual implements? The opportunity has come, Yi Futian smiled and said. 1-to-4, it seemed like they would be able to be well equipped with ritual implements after this. Alchemy City is a good place indeed, Yi Futian exclaimed in his heart. If that is so, I will partake too, Huangjioga smiled and said. Did you not consider me when you allocated the ritual implements? Suke smiled and asked Yi Futian. You're from the Tingxue house after all, why would you lack ritual implements? Yi Futian replied, looking at him disdainfully. Then why did you ask me to battle? Suke saw Yi Futian reply with a matter-of-fact expression. Do you know how rare it is to get a chance to battle? I'm thinking of you. Moreover, you can place a bet now. Yi Futian replied righteously. Shay. Suke was speechless. As expected, it was impossible to reason with a shameless person. He could only place bets using his own treasures. Does anyone have something good that I could borrow to place bets? Yi Futian asked the people around him. Shay. Yun Shuaixing glared at Yi Futian. Her impression of Yi Futian had gotten better, but now it had reverted to the first time they had met, shameless. I'll lend you this, a gentle voice sounded. A brilliant flame illuminated beside Yi Futian and the cries of a phoenix could be heard occasionally. A horrifying aura was released and countless gazes looked towards Phoenix. At that moment, Phoenix was covered in an exceedingly beautiful phoenix feather dress that perfectly fit her body. It got further from her body bit by bit, and eventually flew into a storage ring which Phoenix then passed to Yi Futian. Little sister. Yun Shuaixing shouted. Aren't you scared that he'll lose your treasure? Isn't it just 1 to 4? If I lose, I'll pay for it. If I win, I want a portion of the winnings. Phoenix smiled gently and said. Thanks. Yi Futian nodded, then turned to the elder and asked, how much is this ritual implement worth? You can pick 4 ritual implements from the alchemy casino, the elder replied. Okay. Yi Futian nodded his head. The alchemy casino had a gargantuan organization behind them, and its wealth was beyond imagination. Alchemy City was definitely the richest place in the barren state. The surrounding people were all watching, and as they saw Yi Futian confidently betting all his treasures, many people started to waver. Let's just gamble that they can win. Many people thought this as they continued to place their bets. 2 hours passed by quickly, and the elder nodded after hearing the final report. After the 2 rounds of changing the odds, the situation had been reversed. With the bets that the casino had taken in now, if Li Futa's team won, the alchemy casino would earn a huge sum. But if Yi Futian's team won, the casino would incur a huge loss. Evidently, the alchemy casino expected Li Futa's team to win. The alchemy casino knew about Li Futu and Yu Ming's strength. Moreover, Dizhou was also very strong. Li Futa's team had no reason to lose this grand gamble fight. Please take your places. The elder looked at both parties and said. Immediately, Li Futa's group stepped onto the gamble fight arena. Yi Futian's group also moved rapidly into the arena. The group of 16 people. The geniuses from the Holy Ji Palace versus the prodigies from all over the barren state. Everyone got into position in an instant. Li Futu, Yanjiao, Nanhao and Dizhou stood at the front and were responsible for the assault. Bing Yi, Xiaji and Xiangjian stood into the middle, supporting the team with their spells, and Yu Ming stood at the back, preparing his matrices. Yi Futian's group also got into their positions. Yu Shang and Yuan Zhan stood at the front, Su Ke on the left, Huang Zhouge on the right, Yi Shaoshi, Phoenix and Yun Shuaixing at the back. Yi Futian's position was right in the middle. Chapter 6:18. In the battle arena, the 16 experts took their places. The alchemy casino had sage plane experts creating defenses around the area. Although the arena was huge, battles of such scale would often cause huge damage to surrounding areas. Even if both parties controlled their attacks, it would still reach their surroundings, so it was natural to set up barriers. In the battle arena, the 16 experts took their places. The alchemy casino had sage plane experts creating defenses around the area. Although the arena was huge, battles of such scale would often cause huge damage to surrounding areas. Even if both parties controlled their attacks, it would still reach their surroundings, so it was natural to set up barriers. The geniuses of the Holy Ji Palace versus the elites of the barren state. Who would be the victor of this battle? Countless people held their breaths and stared at the battle arena. This battle would definitely cause a commotion in Alchemy City. It was extremely rare for a battle of such a scale to take place before the Alchemy Conference. Li Futa's reputation was renowned in the region. Dizhou was the younger brother of Di Gang. Although he did not have as much potential as Di Gang, he was still extremely strong. Yu Ming was one of the favorites for this time's Alchemy Conference, and the others were also experts who had taken part in the Holy Ji Palace's admission examination. On the other side, the first and second in the admission examination 3 years ago, Yi Futian and Huang Zhouge, as well as the savage Yu Shang, the Tingxue houses Su Quebec. This match was really a sight for sore eyes. As ray after ray of brilliant light glowed, the spiritual chi in the air started to rampage, multiple colors illuminating the area. Everyone released their aura at the same time and all kinds of powerful life spirits appeared. These elite geniuses were extremely strong in one-to-one combat, but they all held their positions and did not move recklessly. Evidently, they would not underestimate their opponents and knew that the people they were facing were also equally strong. Become chess pieces as you land. Yu Ming stepped forward. His life spirit was a huge golden chessboard, and the chessboard projected itself on the spacious battle arena. Golden lines intersected, turning the area into a game of chess, and the 8 of them on his team each took up a square on the board like they were pieces in a game of chess. The chessboard rapidly evolved and turned into matrices. Although they did not move, they felt as though they were moving simply by standing on the chessboard, due to the developments of the chessboard. Yi Futian's group felt dizzy, like they were constantly being displaced. It was as though they were battling on a moving chessboard. What a peculiar control-type life spirit, Yi Futian thought to himself. In front of him, his Guqin spirit appeared and he sat cross-legged, strumming the strings on his Guqin. A melody sounded, giving off an unrestrained feeling. It was loud and clear and appeared arrogant, resounding in the air. Every melody appeared to have a unique power of its own, causing others to be drunk in the melody, and their spiritual energy appeared to be affected as it moved to the music. This matrix can change one's direction, causing our perception to be affected. I'll control this battle, Yi Futian said, continuing to play his melody. His team felt as though the melody caused them to integrate as one, as all of them were in the imagery created by the Guqin melody. The feeling was indescribable, yet felt especially apparent, like they were no longer individuals, but an entity with Yi Futian as the core. He actually has that kind of ability. Huang Zhouge was surprised. Was this the charm of a musical sorcerer? As he thought that, he no longer resisted the intrusion of the melody, but assimilated into the imagery. He naturally trusted the strength of someone who had defeated him once. To doubt Yi Futian's strength was to doubt himself. As for those who followed Yi Futian from the Holy Ji Palace, they were also the same. The melody was thundering and had a haughty undertone, with the courage to take on the world. Huang Zhouge and the rest felt their spiritual energy becoming stronger, as though they had been stimulated by the melody. The blood in their body was boiling and their aura became even more robust. Even their perception was becoming sharper. What an arrogant piece! What is that piece? Sage Plain figure stared at Yi Futian and asked. The Holy Ji Palace has a Guqin Valley, which was where the 9-fingered Guqin demon Lu Guangxing stayed when he was alive. Yi Futian had once wagered the Guqin demon's Guqin and Guqin piece, so this means that he had received Lu Guangxing's inheritance. If I didn't guess wrongly, that Guqin piece should be the Hai Song. There was a Sage Plain figure who was extremely well-learned and managed to guess the name of the piece. Hai Song, the rumored Guqin piece that can allow people to share their spiritual will and spiritual energy to strengthen all of their abilities, the first Sage Plain expert asked. That's right. Under the Guqin melody, the 8 of them have become one, was the reply he received, causing many people to have glints in their eyes. If that was so, was Yi Futian using his Guqin to repel Yu Ming's chess matrix? Li Futu and his team could also feel that the accumulation of might had ended. They started to launch their attacks. Bing Yi's ice spell descended upon the other team, a frigid aura enveloping them, turning into an ice dimension. It attempted to drag the other team into an illusion of a world filled with ice. As the Guqin melody sounded, Phoenix could feel Yi Futian's intentions through the melody. She made her move and with a crisp sound, a shadow of a brilliant divine phoenix appeared, blocking out the sun. The shadow formed a veil around the 8 of them and kept the frost out. Following that, Xieji's destructive flame lotus assailed them along with Xiangjian's thunderbolt spell. The 2 spells rushed towards them, striking the protective veil wildly, shattering it. The thunderbolt and flame lotus reached them at the same time, but at that moment, Yun Shuisheng shut her eyes and a frigid will engulfed the area, causing the area to freeze and the flame lotus to turn into an ice lotus. The thunderbolt spell was also greatly weakened. The edgeless great sword, Yinzhou bellowed as 9 blades crashed down towards them. At the same time, numerous blinding spears shot out from behind Nan Hao. Behind Dizhou, a golden space appeared and many terrifying tripods appeared, striking towards Futian's team. Futu raised his hand and made a huge palm print appear. The flaming red palm print melted everything in existence, crushing down on Futian's team and attempting to destroy them. Futian continued to play his Guqin piece, but it was like his team could understand what he was thinking. Xiaoshu flew into the air and his emperor's vine rapidly sent vines forward, while Suke wielded his sword and slashed forward, using offense as a defensive measure. Yusheng let out a roar and his body wildly absorbed spiritual qi, creating dark golden devil halberds that pierced forward. Yuanzhan also used a terrifying rod technique while Huang Zhouge struck out with his fist, which crunched through the air like a battle chariot. In an instant, the two forces collided and an exceedingly horrifying destructive current swept past, causing the air to look like an explosion had occurred. The chessboard matrix under both teams' legs glowed even brighter. Next, Huang Zhouge and the rest could feel their bodies changing positions, like the ground below them was moving. Not only that, but there was also a dreadful force that was constricting them, causing them to feel especially heavy. "Attack," Yuming said. The matrix had shown its might. As he finished, Futu's team launched an attack again. Futian's Guqin melody acted like strands of wire, connecting the 8 people on his team, causing them to gather near him. The 7 of them did not attack this time, but set up defenses in the area around them, allowing the enemy's attacks to land. "Open a path," Futian said as he played the Guqin. As his voice landed, Huang Zhouge's Run Huang Bao life spirit emerged, and 9 arrows shot forth with blazing light, as though they had Futian's spell enhancement on them. They flew with the wind, tearing through the air like 9 bolts of lightning. Futu raised his arm and caught 2 of the arrows. Yanjiu slashed out with a stroke of his sword. Nanhao pierced forward with his spear and blocked the remaining arrows. However, at that moment, Suke's body rushed towards them like the wind at breakneck speed. At the same time, Yusheng and Yuanzhan also stepped forward, causing the earth to quake. They actually initiated the clash. The experts in the crowd were stunned. Both parties originally occupied one side each, but now Futian's side was not content with simply defending, and initiated a clash, daringly breaking the deadlock. "Matrix change," Yuming said. In an instant, a gold veil surrounded the people on his team. "Rise," Futian said. As his voice landed, his body flew into the air. In front of him, Suke, Yusheng, and Yuanzhan stepped into the air above the other party. Huang Zhouge, Phoenix and the rest also leaped into the air, and they promptly reached the area above the other team in the same formation. Futu raised his head and looked above him. He stretched out both hands, each with a formidable flame force. On his right hand, there was a golden flame with a dreadful destructive ability. On his left hand, there was a black flame that was rapidly devouring the spiritual qi in the air around him. A huge pair of flame wings appeared behind him. It was a pair of brilliant spiritual vermilion bird wings. His crimson red hair swayed and his body floated in the air. It was as though his extreme destructive force could erupt at any time. The other people also prepared themselves. Once the defenses were breached, they would attack vigorously. In the air, Huang Zhouge held the Run Huang sword and slashed downwards. Suke's blade then sliced through, following the path that he had made. In an instant, a crack appeared in the veil, then blasted open the next second. A figure flew upwards, then towards Futian at lightning speed. That lone individual rushed towards them with no fear. This arrogant feat could only have been made possible by Futu. Behind Futian, a figure stepped forward and the area was immediately covered in frost. The surrounding people felt as though time had stopped still. The flow of air, blood and the burning flames all seemed to have slowed down in that instant. Futian was shocked. He had not given Yun Shuixing any orders, but she had already stepped forward. Futian had no choice but to assist her with his Guqin melody. A robust spiritual energy rushed towards Yun Shuixing, causing a fearsome snowstorm to appear around her. Her palms headed straight for Futu's flame palm prince, no intention of avoiding him. Asking for trouble, a thought appeared in Futu's head as their palms collided. The two of them were then knocked back. Futu looked at his palms. The flames had been extinguished. On Yun Shuixing's end, the horrendous flames had not burned her and had only torn her sleeves apart, revealing her fair skin. "Descend," Yi Futian said. They descended amidst their opponent's forceful attacks. The location they chose to land at was where Yu Ming was. Chapter 619. They want to take down Yu Ming first. The crowd saw the actions of Yi Futian's team and immediately understood what they wanted to do. Yu Ming used the chessboard as a matrix and would affect their battle. As long as they took down Yu Ming, the rest of Li Futa's team would be split up and unable to act as a whole. They want to take down Yu Ming first. The crowd saw the actions of Yi Futian's team and immediately understood what they wanted to do. Yu Ming used the chessboard as a matrix and would affect their battle. As long as they took down Yu Ming, the rest of Li Futa's team would be split up and unable to act as a whole. Yu Ming looked at the air with a cold expression. The brilliant chessboard on the ground flew into the air, turning into a defensive ability that spread out across the air. In the air, Yi Futian continued to play his Guqin piece. The high song became even more thundering, and the aura on the 7 people beside him became stronger, as though they had all entered a state of rampage under the influence of the Guqin piece. Behind Huang Jiuge, the Renhuang body life spirit appeared. He was like a descendant of the Renhuang with the Renhuang sword in his hand, slashing down towards the ground. A blade of light that penetrated the heavens appeared and struck the chessboard. The chessboard slowly split and Su Ke moved as well. With a graceful arc, the blade in his hand sliced down, splitting the chessboard in two. With a blinding glow, the chessboard disappeared. At the same moment, the attacks from the experts on the ground landed again. Yun Shuixing looked down, and a frost will surrounded her body with extreme coldness. Frost surrounded the air, and the icy intent permeated every expert on the ground. They could feel their movements becoming slower and their blood felt as though it was about to stop flowing. Their spells were all being delayed and frozen. Only Li Futa's body was bathed in endless flames, and he flew into the air, the terrifying flames burning in the air, expelling the frost intent. Yi Xiaoshu's vines rushed wildly towards the people on the ground with rustling sounds. At the same time, Huang Jiuge and Su Ke moved towards Yu Ming. Yu Ming's expression was ruthless. The chessboard life spirit behind him lit up glaringly and shone onto Huang Jiuge and Su Ke, slowing them down. Kill! Huang Jiuge fired arrows which tore through the air. However, Yu Ming's expression did not change as he stretched out his hand and waved it. The chessboard moved and caused Huang Jiuge's arrows to deviate from their original path and miss him. Su Ke's blade landed. Yet Yu Ming's body turned into a shadow. He was like a piece on the chessboard, always in motion. It was as though he could predict all of Su Ke's moves on his chessboard. No matter how fast Su Ke was, he could not escape Yu Ming's perception. Wanting to deal with him first? Dream on! An even more terrifying glow was emitted, and using the heavens as pieces, Yu Ming looked at Yi Futian, who was in the middle of the team, and revealed a mocking expression, chanting ground restriction. As his voice landed, the chessboard that had projected onto Yi Futian's team surrounded them, trapping them within like a prison cell. Li Futu, it's up to you now, Yu Ming said. He had controlled his matrix to seal Yi Futian's team within his chessboard. Li Futa's body flew into the air, his vermilion bird wings sparkling brightly, covered in inextinguishable flames. He stretched out his palm and a golden flame current rampaged wildly. Gradually, the flames transformed into a vermilion bird and flew out from his palm, shadowing the heavens and attacking Yi Futian's team. The vermilion bird's wings slashed downwards, the flames burning even the heavens. While Yi Futian's group was trapped, Li Futa's ritual implement, Yanzhou's sword, Nanhao's spear, and the other experts fired their strongest attacks simultaneously towards them. As expected of Yu Ming, many people thought Yi Futian's team wanted to deal with the matrix sorcerer, Yu Ming, but they had not expected to be trapped between a rock and a hard place. At that moment, Huang Jiuge, Yun Shuixing, and the rest did not resist and stood still, allowing the matrix to trap them within. They released their formidable spiritual energy, which combined with the Guqin melody to form a terrifying spiritual energy resonance. Yi Futian, who was standing in the middle, was immersed in a brilliant light. At that moment, his spiritual energy flooded the entire battle arena. With his fingers strumming the Guqin, Yi Futian lowered his head and continued playing without looking at the attacks descending from the sky. The chessboard's matrix surrounded them, and it seemed like the attacks were about to land on them. The vermilion bird dived towards them, destroying everything in its path. However, at that moment, a formidable force appeared around Futian's body, surrounding his team within. A veil of light that resembled starry brilliance encompassed them. Although the veil was invisible, the divine vermilion bird was unable to break through it. The sword and spear reached as well, rushing towards Futian. But the moment they reached the veil, they were unable to progress. All attacks appeared to falter before the veil. "What an intense zone force," some strong sage plane figures said while looking at Futian's surroundings. They could only see a handsome figure playing the guqin. The 8 figures appeared to have combined into one at that moment, all of them encompassed by the imposing light. "Break," Futian said. Immediately, his body was surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. In the next moment, thunderstorms appeared and tore through everything, resembling the rage of the thunder god. The heavens shook in response, and the thunderbolts appeared to have multiple colors: green, golden, purple. All the thunderbolts turned into dragons and serpents, and frantically devoured everything around them. The vermilion bird was struck by lightning and howled in agony. Its huge body pierced by the lightning. Its limbs were all surrounded by dreadful lightning, and its body was completely torn apart. All the other attacks were also nullified, and even the chessboard was destroyed by the thunderbolts. Spiritual energy resonance, using the guqin melody as a medium for spiritual energy to cast spells. Is this Lu Guangxing's guqin piece? Many people commented as they watched. At that moment, the resonance was still active and Yun Shuixing had a glint in her eyes. The frost in the heavens descended onto the battle platform, and she stretched out her palm and the snowstorm landed on the other team. Yin Jiao, Nan Hao and the rest of the other team were all buried within the snowstorm, and their consciousness started fading as their thoughts came to a halt. "Go," Futian said. The crowd could see the flames invading Yun Shuixing's arm. The golden flame was extremely overbearing and attempted to melt the ice on her body. Similarly, the armor on Li Futa's body had been invaded by the frost, and it was making its way into his body. Li Futu stared at the figure in front of him. He came from the fire mountain and his flames and body had been tempered by the mountain's flames thousands of times. Yet, the girl in front of him could withstand and resist it. Was the Holy Ji Palace really such a scary place? Chapter 620. The flames on Li Futa's body exploded outwards, and a dazzling vermilion bird rose into the sky, bathed in golden divine flames. As it flapped its wings, the golden flames shot towards Yi Shaoshi, who was battling Xiang Jian. This forced Yi Shaoshi to retreat continuously in order to avoid the flames. Then the vermilion bird soared through the sky in a brilliant curve towards Futian. Flames of a divine bird descended from the heavens, covering the sky with it. The flames on Li Futa's body exploded outwards, and a dazzling vermilion bird rose into the sky, bathed in golden divine flames. As it flapped its wings, the golden flames shot towards Yi Shaoshi, who was battling Xiang Jian. This forced Yi Shaoshi to retreat continuously in order to avoid the flames. Then the vermilion bird soared through the sky in a brilliant curve towards Futian. Flames of a divine bird descended from the heavens, covering the sky with it. A cultivator of the noble plane was able to send their life spirit out of their body to attack their opponent. As a top-notch noble, Li Futu was definitely able to do just that. Yun Shuixing's expression changed slightly, and she retreated. But Li Futu followed after her. There was no way he was going to let her escape. The space surrounding them was set alight, and golden flames raged around the two. An icy world appeared around Yun Shuixing, protecting her from the flames. Meanwhile, the terrifying vermilion bird charged straight for Futian, and countless gazes turned towards him. Futian was not participating directly in this battle. Instead, he was managing the situation through his guqin. However, it was clear to everyone that this Futian, who had been the first in the law battle 3 years ago, was the crux of this fight. The guqin music increased the offensive power of everyone's attacks, and allowed their spiritual wills to resonate, making everyone stronger in general. If Futian was taken down, there was a real possibility of their opponents turning the tide against them. However, it was like this realization did not register in Futian's mind. The message he sent everyone was to pay him no mind and continue fighting. Right then, a frightening spiritual will surrounded Yi Futian and radiated through the space. The entire sky seemed to be filled with the terrifying energy of that spiritual energy. When the vermilion bird rushed down towards Yi Futian in all its fiery might, Yi Futian's fingers began to dance even more intensely across the guqin strings, and the spiritual will in the air activated at the same time as the spell he cast. In the next moment, the space around him seemed to freeze, and the vermilion bird was slowed down in the sky as if it was being pushed back by invisible energy. Frightening golden flames shot out from its eyes towards Yi Futian, but the energy controlling the surroundings grew stronger as well. Powerful spiritual qi accumulated in the space, and as it was let loose, the space seemed to freeze even further. The vermilion bird's large body seemed to slowly become immobilized as it started to slow down even more. This was a spell that Yi Futian had created. Through combining multi-elemental sorcery and martial arts will, he had manifested a unique new spell, the sky freezing technique. With a roar of thunder, purple and golden lightning appeared in the space. The violent lightning energy turned into the wrath of the thunder god spell, which shot straight for the vermilion bird. This was also a spell he had created. By improving on the original spell, Punishment of the Thunder God, Yi Futian had created Wrath of the Thunder God. As the wrath of the thunder god descended upon it, the vermilion bird shook violently, and it let out a mournful cry as it seemed on the verge of being destroyed. Right then Li Futu, who was battling Yun Shuisheng, spat out a mouthful of blood. His breathing turned weaker and his face was pale. With his life spirit under attack, Li Futu would naturally be greatly affected as well. After all, the life spirit was at the heart of a mandate sorcerer's abilities. If it was badly damaged, the sorcerer's spiritual energy would take a terrifyingly immense hit as well. This battle is about to end, someone commented. At the sight of Li Futu's condition, many people who had placed large bets on him turned pale. They had originally banked on Li Futu being able to use his life spirit to shift the battle in his favor. It came as a shock to them that Yi Futian would use guqin music to borrow the spiritual energy of others, resonate with it, and cast an incredibly strong spell that trapped Li Futu's life spirit, allowing Yi Futian to launch an attack that caused him great damage. Many people looked over to the other side of the battlefield where Huang Zhouge and Yu Ming were. Other than Li Futu, Yu Ming was a grade 1 noble as well, possessing incredible power. Now that Li Futu was being held down in battle, it was anyone's guess whether or not Yu Ming would be able to break through in this fight. However, Huang Zhouge then began to launch a particularly savage attack on Yu Ming. His spiritual will turned into a frightening illusory world, seeming to summon into being countless warriors and chariots, turning the surroundings into the setting of a terrible battle. Even while facing Yu Ming, who was of a higher plane, Huang Zhouge continued to attack fiercely, refusing to back down. Is Huang Zhouge that strong as well? Many people wondered, surprised by the sight. Sovereign light emanated from Huang Zhouge. Taking on the Run Huang body, Huang Zhouge looked like Run Huang himself, wielding the Run Huang sword and commanding the battlefield. The martial will illusion in the space became scarier still, with a hulking presence appearing in the battlefield, tearing through the sky in a chariot. Yu Ming's expression was tense. He had not known that the man who had come second in the law battle 3 years ago would be so scarily powerful. The violent attack plowed through Yu Ming's defenses, and he was sent flying, sustaining severe injuries in the process. He had been defeated. At the sight of Yu Ming being taken down, many onlookers understood that the conclusion to this battle had already been set. There would be no doubt as to how things would turn out from here. As expected, while the seriously injured Li Futu was still a strong force to reckon with, Yun Shuisheng was no weakling. With the support of Yi Futian's guqin music, she launched a series of rapid attacks on Li Futu. Li Futu intended to continue fighting, but was called by his wife Xiang Jian to admit defeat. She did not want to see the man she loved under attack again. When the fighting stopped, the vermilion bird flew back into Li Futu's body. Yi Futian and the rest remained in their previous formation, while the other 8 people opposite them were injured to various degrees. The party from the Holy Ji Palace had won this battle against the alliance of various powers with an absolute advantage. Those from the Holy Ji Palace may have been lower in plane as a whole, but they had displayed the glorious might befitting disciples of the barren state's holy grounds in this battle. Of course, other than the 7 disciples of the Holy Ji Palace, Huang Zhouge had shown in the battle as well. Coming in second in the law battle 3 years ago, he was second only to Yi Futian. "You've gone easy on us," Yi Futian smiled and said politely, taking back the Guqin spirit. On the opposing side, everyone's expressions were tense. Li Futu, who had come from the Fire Emperor Palace on Fire Mountain, had finally witnessed the power of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples for himself. His wife Xiang Jian was considerably shocked as well, especially when she thought of how her younger sister Xiang Jiqin was training with such a group of people. It was as if Yan Jia, Nan Hao Xieji and Bingyi didn't even exist. Back then they had lost during the law battle. And now as they faced those who had entered the Holy Ji Palace to train, they still faced the inevitability of losing. Yu Ming looked somewhat disappointed. Walking off the battle platform, he walked towards Su Hongxiu from the Goddess Pavilion and said, "Hongxiu, looks like I've lost this time. You did your best. There's no need to blame yourself." Su Hongxiu's gentle smile belied a great tenderness that could melt one's heart. The people around her did not dare to look at her. Women from the Goddess Pavilion may be beautiful, but it was still better to restrain oneself when interacting with them. There was the risk of finding oneself trapped in love, as proven by many before. Even a brilliant cultivator like Yu Ming had been deeply attracted by Su Hongxiu's charms. These women were naturally attractive, and with the special skills they trained in, they were bewitching figures. Li Futu and the rest began to walk off the battle platform as well, but Dizhou remained. He glanced at Yi Futian and his party before chuckling. "Interesting. However, your advantage came only from the fact that you had the Guqin music to increase everyone's powers in a group battle. If you ever come by the Emperor family residence, I'll have you meet my older brother." As Dizhou spoke, he turned and left the battle platform. Everyone's eyes glinted at his words. Perhaps only Di Gang would be able to suppress these Holy Ji Palace disciples in battle. Walking off the battle platform, Xiang Jian came face to face with her younger sister. Xiang Jiqin smiled and shook her head. "Older sister, this doesn't indicate an issue with you and brother-in-law's capabilities. Looks like I won't be able to give you the ritual implement I promised you," Li Futu said. "It's all right. I feel bad that you'll have to pay for losing this bet," Xiang Jiqin replied. "If you're going to gamble, you have to be prepared to lose," Li Futu spoke calmly. On the other hand, Xiang Jian asked Jiqin, "Are Yi Futian and the rest considered outstanding in the palace?" Xiang Jiqin looked towards the battle platform and thought of the things that had happened 3 years ago. Back then when Yi Futian had first entered the palace, his lack of inhibition had irked her to no end. But looking at Yi Futian again after 3 years, she realized that he had long surpassed her. "Yes, they're very outstanding." Xiang Jiqin nodded. That much she had to admit at this point. Right then, Yi Futian was smiling at the elder walking towards him on the battle platform. "Elder, about the ritual implement." "Take it," the elder replied calmly, tossing the storage ring containing the ritual implement at Yi Futian. The elder had judged the situation wrongly this time, not expecting that Yi Futian's party would actually defeat Li Futu and the rest. Chapter 621. Yi Futian and the rest left the alchemy casino after making sweeping gains for themselves there. Everyone had gotten ritual implements for themselves, and couldn't help but grin as they exited the casino. Yi Futian and the rest left the alchemy casino after making sweeping gains for themselves there. Everyone had gotten ritual implements for themselves, and couldn't help but grin as they exited the casino. When the elder walked them to the exit, he had asked Yi Futian and the rest when they would come back for a gamble fight. Yi Futian had declined, stating that they had enough ritual implements already. He then thanked the elder for their generosity. The anguish in the elder's eyes was unforgettable. The elder was pained to the core. He had thought highly of the disciples from the Holy Ji Palace, but with Li Futu's party as the opposing side, the elder had underestimated the abilities of Yi Futian and the rest, causing him to make an erroneous judgment. If he had been able to judge that Yi Futian and the rest would win, they would have followed the odds of 1-to-1. If the elder had done that, they would have made a windfall. It was regrettable. News of this battle spread through Alchemy City very quickly and attracted much discussion. Li Futu from the Fire Emperor Palace had allied with people like Yu Ming, yet his party had still lost to the group of disciples who entered the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago. The Holy Ji Palace indeed deserved its reputation as the top sacred grounds for training in the barren state. Many people wanted to catch a glimpse of these people. Some of the powerful individuals who had arrived at Alchemy City were also interested to see for themselves these disciples' abilities in a fight. Of course, discussion over this battle was soon overshadowed by far more important news. It would soon be the day when the Alchemy Conference would begin. Today, the atmosphere in Alchemy City was electrifying. A sea of people moved along the streets, headed in the direction of the City Lord office. Divine arms whistled through the sky and the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. Many were discussing the Alchemy Conference. It was said that many important people within the southwest region of the barren state would come to watch the Alchemy Conference, which was held once every decade. After all, Alchemy City was an important city within the region, and its city lord was one of the more powerful men in the state. As the 8th in the barren sky ranking, he was equally formidable in both cultivation and ritual implement crafting. If he were to fight with ritual implements, no one in the top 10 of the ranking would be willing to face him in battle. Yu Qi, the city lord of Alchemy City, was still the most powerful man in the southwest region of the barren state. As such, even powerful individuals from other parts of the state would show him some degree of respect. Additionally, many regions in the barren state would send people to the conference to watch. They were all interested to see how things would unfold there. A staircase stood outside the entrance to the City Lord office. Below the stairs was a vast space. 8 alchemy pillars standing tall within, with smelting furnaces burning on top of them. The space contained within these 8 pillars was where participants of the Alchemy Conference would craft their ritual implements. The spectator areas were at the top and the 2 sides of the staircase. Seats were lined along the top of the staircase outside the City Lord office. Those seats were only for the most important and powerful attendees of the conference. The areas at the 2 sides of the staircase were also reserved for invited guests only. Normal attendees, even those of the Sage Plane, could only watch the conference from the back. Right now, a huge crowd had gathered in the outer area of the conference. Many people had come down to Alchemy City to witness this great event that was only held once every decade. Even if they weren't interested in ritual implement crafting, today was the day where powerful and important individuals they normally would not be able to see would appear in the city. Furthermore, many of these individuals were powerful people within the barren sky ranking. At the bottom of the staircase, many people from the City Lord office had arrived to maintain order in the venue. Those who had come to participate in the Alchemy Conference entered as well. Walking into the crafting area, they found a spot for themselves and waited. Many top armorers from various places would gather here to put their crafting skills against each other. This was their stage, and today, they would be under the scrutiny of the entire barren state. The Liu family is here, and the head of the family has even come down personally to watch, someone observed watching the group of people move through the sky towards the place. The Liu family was a prominent family within Alchemy City. Though they were not as influential as the City Lord office or the Emperor family, they still held a significant amount of power nonetheless. The young master of the City Lord office went to greet them. The head of the family and the more important family members were seated at the top of the staircase, while the younger family members remained at the 2 sides of the staircase. "The Zhou family is here as well," came the cry, heralding the arrival of another important family. Like the Liu family, the Zhou family was another prominent family within Alchemy City. Afterward, many people began to filter into the venue, even including those from Inferno City. Several prominent figures had come out of the City Lord office to personally welcome guests, though the City Lord himself had not made an appearance yet. With his status, there were few in the barren state who would merit a personal greeting from him. The Sacred Fire sect has arrived. That's the leader of the sect. Many people turned to look at the group moving through the sky. At the front of the group was an elder with an incredibly commanding aura. The leader himself had personally come to the conference, and he moved straight to the top of the staircase to take his seat. Right then, another group of people walked out of the City Lord office. The man in front was clad in long golden robes. Middle-aged, his features were angular and chiseled, and he moved in great style. The many important guests who had arrived at the event stood up to greet him. The city lord has come out. Many people stared at the man who had just walked out. Now that many important people from all over the barren state was arriving, of course, Wuxia had to make an appearance soon, in his capacity as host and the city lord. Good morning everyone, Wuxia greeted the guests who had come, before walking to the main seat in the middle of the area. He stood there surveying the endless crowd. Everyone in the sea of people clasped their hands and greeted him in a sonorous roar. Wuxia waved a hand and spoke, "Today is the day of the alchemy conference, and I'm definitely not the star of this event. Those who intend to participate in the conference, you can enter now." At his words, more people entered the venue. "City Lord Yu, I hope you've been well," a voice called out. Just then, a frightening flaming beast appeared in the sky with a group of people on it. The man at the front of the group had a magnificent demeanor. His eyes seemed to be a fiery red, and his hands were clasped behind his back. "It's Yanjun," someone announced. Everyone stared at the newcomers. Yanjun was the palace lord of the Fire Emperor Palace and ranked amongst the most powerful of the barren sky ranking. Li Futu, who stood next to him, was a prominent young talent whose reputation was second only to Di Gang of the Emperor family in this region. While there had been news of Li Futu suffering a loss a couple of days ago, it was not his fault. It had been a group battle after all. In addition to Li Futu, his wife Xiangjian and disciple of the Holy Ji Palace Xiangjiqin had come as well, descending from the sky towards the venue. "Yanjun, how have you been?" Wuxia asked after the newly arrived guest. "How well could I be on top of those flames? I've come to join the fun." Yanjun chuckled heartily. "It's good that you've come. A couple of the old guys are here too." "Have a seat," Wuxia replied before turning to Li Futu. "I've heard that the son of Yanjun is overpoweringly talented. Seeing you now, indeed you're just like your father. You don't have to go to the side of the staircase, stay and watch the conference from here." "Thank you, senior." Li Futu joined his hands and thanked Wuxia. "It's embarrassing to mention, but this fellow has been a good-for-nothing guy, suffering a loss a few days back at Alchemy City and all," Yanjun commented. Li Futu and Xiangjian stood behind him, while the others went down to the two sides of the staircase. There were limited seats, so not every one of the younger guests could stay up here to watch. But that was a group battle, so it wasn't young Master Li's fault. Why blame the young one like that, Yanjun? A gentle, alluring voice rang out from afar. Just the sound of it alone made one feel as though one could get lost in it. Instantly, many people knew who had arrived. Only one person in the entire southwest region of the barren state could have this level of charm. In the sky, a group of women carried a sedan over. Those women were all in white and were as beautiful as fairies. Even the famously gorgeous Su Hongxiu was only standing to the side of the sedan. The chair blind of the sedan was pulled apart, and a woman descended from the sky, beautiful as a Jyotian goddess. Many people were instantly enamored at the sight of her. The woman had hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her bright soulful eyes had an endless charm to them. One couldn't help but be drawn to the delicate curves on that alluring figure. Wearing a long dress, the side of her leg appeared in flashes, and one could not tear their eyes away from those lovely long legs. Her skin was clear and smooth as jade, almost as delicate as a young girl's. However, her most beautiful features were still her eyes and face. They were so perfect there was nothing to pick on, and just a look from her alone could have one utterly smitten. This woman was Chu Ji, Pavilion Lord of the Goddess Pavilion, and the most beautiful woman in the southwest region of the barren state. As cultivators grew stronger through training, their lifespans would increase and their features would remain unaged. But Chu Ji was probably the only woman of her kind in the barren state. As she trained, she grew even more beautiful. Even Su Hongxiu, a great beauty, paled in comparison standing next to her. The two looked about the same age. It was almost like they were sisters. Furthermore, Chu Ji was frightening not because of her beauty, but because of her charm. Su Hongxiu was already incredibly charming, yet she was still far from Chu Ji's level. Chu Ji was the kind of woman who could have someone enthralled with her forever with just a glance. Even Yanjun did not dare to look at her for too long, only giving her a calm glance and grunting coldly, "Chu Ji, don't you flaunt your glamour sorcery before the young ones." Yanju knew just how scary Chuji's charm could be. There was no way the younger guests would be able to withstand that. Right now, many people were watching Chuji from below, astounded at how such a stunningly gorgeous woman could exist in this world. Was this the pavilion lord of the goddess pavilion talked about in rumors, the most beautiful woman in the southwest region of the barren state? Sure. Chuji smiled and her aura changed instantly. She had stood there elegant and unattainable as a goddess. But in a flash, she had changed her aura to give off a completely different impression. At the sight of this, many sighed to themselves that a beautiful woman could be trouble, and this woman was definitely a disaster of epic proportions. In the sky, more people began to arrive and many eyes were on them. It's the Emperor family, someone announced. Di Kai, the head of the Emperor family, is here. Di Gang has come along with him as well, someone else added. Many people gazed towards the descending figures. One of them was Di Kai, another powerful being within the rankings of the Barren Sky ranking. The other person, Di Gang, was said to be the most talented within the southwest region of the Barren State and was unmatched within his generation. A loss is a loss. Since Li Futu was there at the fight, he has no right to distance himself from it, Di Gang said calmly upon arriving, shooting Li Futu a cold glance. It was evident that he was responding to Chuji's comment about how Li Futu's loss in that battle was no fault of his. Li Futu's gaze hardened, and he looked at Di Gang before replying, indeed, since I was there, I definitely had a part to play in it. A loss is a loss. Di Gang looked upon Li Futu with new admiration. Li Futu's humility made him worthy of his reputation. What a proud fellow. Chuji chuckled lightly. Di Gang did not look at her. He had definitely heard of her, and he did not want to be affected by a woman, especially a woman as insanely powerful as she was. I, Bai Luli, hereby pay my respects to you, seniors. A figure appeared from afar, and countless gazes turned in its direction to see a handsome young man stepping through the sky towards them. It was Bai Luli, who was said to be the most prominent figure in his generation. While he was probably the lowest in plane amongst everyone in the Barren Sky ranking, he was 10th in the ranking, unmatched in the entire Barren State. Chapter 622. In Alchemy City, which was in the southwest region of the Barren State, Di Gang from the Emperor family was considered the best of his generation in terms of talent, and the standard against which he was measured was Bai Luli. In Alchemy City, which was in the southwest region of the Barren State, Di Gang from the Emperor family was considered the best of his generation in terms of talent, and the standard against which he was measured was Bai Luli. Countless gazes, including those of the important figures of Alchemy City, landed on the handsome young man. Among all the powerful figures present, Yuqi, the city lord, was the only person who ranked above Bai Luli in the Barren Sky ranking. As such, no one could really treat Bai Luli as a junior even if they were older. Have you come as a representative of the Holy Ji Palace or White Cloud City? Yuqi asked. Bai Luli had two important identities, one of them being his position as the young city lord of White Cloud City. It was also highly plausible that he would be in charge of the Holy Ji Palace in the future, which meant he definitely had the right to represent the palace as well. I've come as a representative of White Cloud City. Of course, the Holy Ji Palace treats the alchemy conference with utmost importance too, which is why many top talents from our palace have come to watch as well, Bai Luli replied politely, a smile on his face. Since he had not received any instructions from the Holy Ji Palace, it wasn't in his place to represent the entire palace. But the second half of his speech had been immaculately polite. Right? Yuqi nodded lightly before continuing, you may be young, but you've already made it to the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking. Please have a seat. Thank you very much, City Lord Yu. Bai Luli smiled and joined his hands together in thanks, before walking into the area on top of the staircase. Di Gang stared at Bai Luli. Both of them were from the western region of the Barren State, with Bai Luli being from White Cloud City, and Di Gang being from Alchemy City. These two main cities in the western region of the Barren City had seen the rise of the two of them respectively. Even if Bai Luli was currently within the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking, Di Gang didn't see himself as being inferior to Bai Luli. The other man was but a target he was aiming to surpass. The crowd that had gathered at the bottom of the staircase was excited. It was just as they had expected. Many important people like Di Kai from the Emperor family, Yan Jun from the Fire Emperor Palace, Chu Ji from the Goddess Pavilion, and the leader of the Sacred Fire sect were all here. There were prominent figures from the younger generation as well, like Bai Luli, Di Gang, Li Futu, and Su Hongxiu among other famous names. These were people one did not usually get to see in person normally, and they were all gathered here at the Alchemy Conference. At the same time, many influential figures from all over the Barren State were coming to greet Yu Qi before taking their places at the two sides of the staircase. Yi Futian and the rest had arrived as well. After reporting to the guard, they entered the spectator area and found a spot to stand. Yi Futian looked up at the area on top of the staircase, where many important guests had already arrived, Bai Luli included as well. I am Yi Futian, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. I have come with my peers to observe the conference. I hereby pay my respects to all the seniors present. Yi Futian joined his hands in greeting, his gaze directed towards the top of the stairs. He had come to this conference as a disciple of the palace. As such, he definitely had to display the appropriate manners. I am Huang Jioga from the sovereign family. I have come with my family members to watch the conference. I hereby pay my respects. Huang Jioga greeted the seniors present as well. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Yi Futian. Just a few days before, Yi Futian and his friends had defeated Li Futa's party at the Alchemy Casino and made sweeping gains for themselves. That was an incident that had been hotly discussed by many, and now the main character of that story had appeared in person. Yu Qi, Yan Jun, and the rest looked towards Yi Futian's party. Yi Futian had been training in the Holy Ji Palace ever since he enrolled. While Yu Qi and the rest would not know much about incidents that occurred as the younger people trained within the palace, they would have at least heard about how Yi Futian had emerged first in the law battle 3 years ago. In the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian was an iconic figure within the generation that came after Bai Luli, and was definitely positioned to one day reach the top in the Barren State. These people were definitely a cut above the rest. Even in the face of such a large-scale event, their expressions were calm, and they handled themselves with grace. Are the boys from the Holy Ji Palace all this handsome? A coquettish voice chuckled. Bai Luli was a handsome young man, with his good looks backed up by substantial talent. Now that Chu Ji looked at Yi Futian again, he too was incredibly good-looking, with well-defined features that looked as though they were carved out of marble. He could definitely be said to be a pretty boy. Among the ladies, Hua Jieyu, Yun Shuisheng, and Phoenix were all incredible beauties in their own right. Chu Ji thought they were even prettier than some of the women in the Goddess Pavilion. Yi Futian looked towards Chu Ji, the pavilion lord of the Goddess Pavilion, and felt as though he was about to drown in those gorgeous eyes that were as clear as water. Her gaze was mysteriously attractive in a way that made one lose themselves in it. That, in addition to Chu Ji's features and figure, made Yi Futian catch himself with great determination and avoid looking directly at her. She's an absolute stunner, the thought appeared in Yi Futian's mind. This woman was so unbelievably beautiful, she definitely was trouble. Big sis, are you a goddess from heaven? A glance at you has me wanting to stare at you longer, Yi Futian said, smiling. While he seemed relaxed, he was actually exerting a lot of willpower to control himself. Hua Jieyu took a good look at the woman as well. Yi Futian used to teasingly call her Fox, as a way to compliment her beauty, and yet this woman before her was truly a foxy lady. It wasn't just a matter of looks. Hua Jieyu was in no way inferior to her in terms of beauty, but there was a constant seductive charm this woman had that ensnared others within her spell. Big sis. Chu Ji blinked and let out the sweetest smile. Everyone found it hard to resist that charming smile of hers, and felt as though they were about to embarrass themselves soon. Yi Futian's back was also cold with sweat at the sight. Chu Ji, let the poor boy off, Yu Qi spoke up. The corners of Chu Ji's lips turned upwards slightly, and she restrained some of her charm. This made Yi Futian and everyone else feel a little more at ease. But even then, just Chu Ji's face, aura, and figure alone were enough to make any man fall head over heels for her. She had only held back some of that unique charm of hers. Chu Ji is the pavilion lord of the Goddess Pavilion. She's a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer. The glamour sorcery she specializes in is incredibly terrifying, and could cause disaster throughout the land. The girl we saw just now, Su Hongxiu, is her direct disciple. Zhongli transmitted his voice to Yi Futian and the rest, who nodded furtively in response. It was no wonder Chu Ji's charms were so hard to resist. After all, it was glamour sorcery born of spiritual energy. Furthermore, she had already integrated this glamour into her own aura, making her endlessly charming. Are you interested, little brother? Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like Big Sis to introduce you to a few girls? Chu Ji smiled at Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu looked warily at her and reached out to hold on to Yi Futian. Yi Futian chuckled and replied, "Thank you, Big Sis, but I already have a girlfriend." "That's a pity, I was still thinking of introducing some of my disciples to you," Chu Ji said, all smiles. Yi Futian glanced at Su Hongxiu, who was behind her, and wondered if that would even have been possible. Everyone else stared at Yi Futian. Is this really Yi Futian, the guy who came in first in the law battle 3 years back and defeated Li Futa's party a few days ago? Why does he seem to be so shameless? The important figures present rolled their eyes at the exchange between Chu Ji and Yi Futian as well. This guy probably doesn't have the good fortune to enjoy your kind intentions, Pavilion Lord Chu. A chuckle was heard. Someone was riding a ritual implement over to where they were. Yi Futian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful woman standing on a ritual implement. "Older sister," Yi Futian called out. He had not expected that his second older sister would attend the alchemy conference as well. There really were many people who had come to watch the conference today. Zhuge Mingyue glanced over at Yi Futian cheerfully. She was surprised that Yi Futian would dare to engage with Chu Ji like this. Was he not afraid of losing himself in her charms? Zhuge Canyang had arrived as well, and the siblings walked forward to greet those on top of the staircase, joining their hands together. "We, Zhuge Canyang and Zhuge Mingyue, hereby pay our respects to all the seniors here. Ah, our guests from the Zhuge family have arrived. Please have a seat," Yu Qi responded. Not only were the two newcomers of the Sage Plane, but they were also representatives from the Zhuge family as well. They definitely had the right to a seat at the top of the staircase. Bai Luli smiled and nodded at the two, while Zhuge Mingyue looked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian's smile faltered. He was curious as to why his older sister would attend the alchemy conference. Right then, Zhuge Mingyue turned to look at the people who had come to participate in the alchemy conference. Her gaze then landed on a particular area of the crowd, and a half-smile appeared on her face. Yi Futian glanced over somewhat confused and saw two people with their heads bowed in the crowd, afraid to look at Zhuge Mingyue. Fourth older brother and fifth older brother. Yi Futian stared at the two in shock. Back then, his two older brothers had gone off in search of second older sister. He had asked about them not long ago, and his older sister had told him not to mention them. So why was fourth older brother and fifth older brother here? Furthermore, were they going to participate in the alchemy conference? Since when did my two older brothers learn to craft ritual implements? This was all news to him. Could it be that they had been hiding their talents back at the cottage? Older brother, you see, older sister still cares about us. She's even come down personally, Luofan whispered, his head lowered. Older sister probably wants to kill me, Shuiyi replied glumly. Older brother, you've already come this far, does it matter? Either way, we're still going to die, Luofan whispered back. Younger brother, you're so loyal. Shuiyi was touched. Don't drag me into this, Luofan shot back. I miss older sister. How about I go over to where she is? Shuiyi was speechless at Luofan's words and itched to pummel the rascal. Younger brother, I remember you saying something about second older sister not being the romantic type and third older brother being a block of wood. Shuiyi sighed quietly. Older brother, I was in the wrong. Luofan was anguished at his misfortune of having such an older brother. Younger brother, now that youngest brother has a bit of fame and is training at the Holy Ji Palace, do you think he'll be able to help us? Shuiyi spoke up again. He had not missed Yi Futian's appearance at the alchemy conference. Don't even think about it. With what you're asking for, even the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace himself won't be able to save you from City Lord Yu. Either way, you're going to die. Why don't you just accept your fate? Luofan sighed, bemoaning his own tragic circumstances. Shuiyi sighed too. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gone to Fire Mountain to train. Then I wouldn't have met her there. Are you blaming me? Luo Fan hissed back, scandalized. What did I even make you do? Didn't you encourage me to chase the girl? Shui Yi glared at Luo Fan. Did I tell you to cause this trouble? Luo Fan shot back, unwilling to back down. Who can control love between two people? Who knew she did it on purpose? Who knew her identity? This life of mine is in her hands now, Shui Yi lamented, sighing over how it was rare for a great guy such as himself to even like a girl. At the beginning of this romance, he had felt so lucky as to have met an absolute beauty like her. Who would have thought that this would turn into a tragedy? It is one's greatest fortune to die for a beautiful woman, Luo Fan commented gloomily. He had made a bad judgment. He thought he was going to help his older brother win back his woman, but he had not expected to be trapped in this situation. It was tragic. Chapter 623. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Shui Yi and Luo Fan. He wore a strange expression as he pondered if those two were up to something. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Shui Yi and Luo Fan. He wore a strange expression as he pondered if those two were up to something. Is there anything they aren't telling anyone? He was puzzled as to why his two seniors came to the alchemy conference. His fifth brother definitely had some skills with cooking, but crafting was probably out of his league. More and more mighty ones gathered around, and even some very renowned master armorers arrived as well. The alchemy conference allowed the participation of anyone below Sage Plains, and all of those master armorers were capable of crafting top-class noble ritual implements. If they were to advance into the Sage Plains, they would then become capable of crafting Sage-level ritual implements. Yu Ming, whom Yi Futian had fought several days before, was among the crowd. His eyes were locked onto Su Hongxiu, who was standing behind Chu Ji, never bothering to hide his affection for her. Other than Yu Ming, there were also several other extremely renowned master armorers around. One of them was Yu Tu, a genius armorer from the City Lord office, and Gong Sun Yi, the number one among the younger generation of armorers. There were also two others who were the focus of this year's alchemy conference, Qi Lian and Master Mu O. However, the City Lord office definitely did not wish for Master Mu O to become the champion of this year's alchemy conference because of his advanced age. Due to his inability to break into the Sage Plains, he had been crazed in his study of the armorer's art, which resulted in his mastery of the art. However, the champion of the event would be offered the chance to marry the City Lord's daughter. While it had been an age-old tradition of the event, the City Lord nonetheless would not want his young daughter to marry an old guy. This time, the hand of the girl whom the City Lord office was to offer was one who was very well known throughout Alchemy City, Yu Shi, a girl who was known for her exceptional appearance and talent. It was a given that should the one who reigned supreme in the Alchemy Conference end up a member of the City Lord office, he would not be marrying the daughter of the City Lord. In such cases, according to the precedents set by the previous events, the City Lord was to marry his daughter off to the one ranked second or third in the event instead. Countless gathered under the 8 armorers' pillars. Figures from top forces throughout the entire barren state gathered in the grandstands on two sides to witness the event. Those from Nantian House, Mortal World, Sword Saint Villa and others arrived, and they all took to their respective corners. Yu Qi, the City Lord, sat at his designated place on top of the front stairs. He took a look at the sun hanging in the air. He stood up and took his steps forward, with 2 elders following him, moving down the stairs and stood beneath the City Lord. Yu Qi silenced the entire scene with a wave of his hand. Countless eyes were set on one spot, the one where Yu Qi, the City Lord, stood. The Alchemy Conference is held once every 10 years. Today we see people from all walks of life throughout the barren state gather here to witness the event, and we also have tens of thousands of proud armorers participating. This is my honor. Yu Qi addressed the crowd eloquently with a powerful and firm voice capable of reaching far away, enabling everyone present to hear him clearly. While the Alchemy Conference this time is a competition between armorers below Sage Plains, but all who participate will be the future of Barren State's armorer world. What will be showcased in this Alchemy Conference will become the standard of armorers for Barren State in the future. As such, I hope everyone who is participating will give their all. Yu Qi's voice remained loud and firm as he continued, as with the event held in the past, The top 100 will be allowed to join any armorer factions in Alchemy City to their liking. The top 10 will be offered the chance to learn armorer's art from me. The top 3 will be tutored by me personally, and I will craft a ritual implement for each of the top 3. The champion will be offered the hand of my daughter, Yushi. Of course, the one offered these options are free to take it or leave it. There is no obligation. Many laughed. The event held once in 10 years would no doubt showcase the highest standards for the current generation. As the representative of the armorer world, the City Lord Office of Alchemy City would also offer their best to hold the event. As such, the daughter whose hand was to be offered would need exceptional qualities. There was no one in Alchemy City who did not know of the name Yushi, and one would have to be a fool to refuse to marry her. What happens next is all up to you. Yuchi finished his speech and went back to his seat. The two elders at the middle of the stairs looked at the crowd. One of them lit incense and placed it before the stairs. The other announced, "You all have until the incense burns out to craft superior noble ritual implements. There will be no restrictions on the type of items crafted, nor the methods used. The ones who succeed in crafting will be allowed to stay, and those who fail will be eliminated. You may begin." Many moved at the same time. The very second the elder finished his announcement, the air was filled with heat in an instant as everyone took out their own smelting furnaces to begin working on their items. While the ones who participated in the event were ones who were confident of themselves to certain extents, there were also those who wanted little more than to experience the event firsthand. As such, the first one served well to eliminate all those who were only there for fun and those whose art were not up to standards. Any who managed to stay was deemed to be an elite in the world of armorers. Futian had little interest in crafting items, and it was not an area he had any measure of expertise in. He turned his eyes to Luofan and Shui Yi and asked in a low voice, "The alchemy conference allows 2 individuals to work together?" "It does. Some who are talented in the armorer's art happen to be people who do not have good fire powers, or they need others to support them in other areas. There are many great armorers who have their servants around, but the number is limited to 2, Zhongli elaborated in reply. Futian nodded in acknowledgement. He looked at the thing Luofan took out for smelting and blinked in disbelief. Can that work? The thing that Luofan took out was a common furnace used for cooking, not a proper one for smelting. Those 2 are seniors of yours? Zhongli could not help but look at Shui Yi and Luofan as he recalled hearing Futian calling them senior. He was just as surprised as Futian. "I don't know them." Futian slapped his hand on his head and said jokingly, "This is embarrassing. How could one have seniors like that? Don't go join the event if you don't know how to make stuff. Dishing out a common furnace on the alchemy conference for smelting, just what?" It was fortunate that there were too many people in the competition at that point, and few noticed them among the large crowd. Most eyes were set on the top-class master armorers, and there was hardly anyone who bothered looking at those 2. Of course, even if people actually took notice of Shui Yi and Luofan, they would not have time to be bothered with them. They were busy at the moment after all. "The fire needs to be hotter." "This is not going to smelt anything," Shui Yi said. "Get the matrix ready," Luofan said. "This is not how it is written in the books. The steps are wrong and so is the order of smelting." "Who cares? It's all good stuff here. It's just the same with cooking, throwing everything into one pot, that is. So long as you get the matrices right, no one can tell you that it's not a ritual implement." "No shaping needed? Can you call something like that a ritual implement?" Shui Yi asked. "How about you do it instead?" Luofan glared at him. "Well, I'll leave it to you." The duo was extremely busy, yet they never stopped talking. The ones around them got fed up and asked, "Can you 2 just shut up? Just what kind of armorers are those 2? Cooking? At a time like this? If you can't cool yourself down, then by all means quit." The alchemy conference didn't say anything about restrictions on talking, did it? Luofan glared at the one who asked provokingly. He had no expertise in making things, but it was something else altogether when it came to fights. He was at the moment very frustrated. "Asshole." The other person cursed under their breath and went back to work. Futian looked distraught and furious as he watched his seniors going about. Geniuses, both of them. Definitely not people from the cottage. "Your seniors are interesting." Even Phoenix, who sported a deadpan face most of the time, cracked a smile. Luo Fan and Shui Yi were definitely the two most special ones of all who were competing. I sure miss my old seniors. Yi Futian felt rather dejected at the sight. All those years ago when he was being bullied in the Qin dynasty, his fifth brother was practically leaking awesomeness. His third and fourth brother were there to hold the Qin dynasty's door shut, looking equally as awesome. He admired those two seniors back then as idols, yet now, the incense eventually burnt out, and the host of the competition went on to announce, "Time is up. Everyone cease what you are doing immediately, or you will be eliminated right away." Everyone stopped what they were doing almost at the same time. Some looked relaxed, some looked disappointed. There was another voice heard right after. "Those who failed to make something, back away and leave the area." One figure after another retreated. Most who participated earlier left. The time for that first round was very short, and it was to make sure that only the elites stayed behind. After everyone who was supposed to leave left, many from the city lord office came to inspect the ritual implements crafted by the ones who stayed. The seniors managed to stay? Yi Futian saw Shui Yi and Luo Fan, and both stood where they were calmly, waiting for those from city lord office to inspect their work. The inspector came by their side and asked, "What is this ritual implement that you made?" "This is it." Luo Fan pointed at the furnace. The inspector took a look inside and saw an irregular shape sitting inside. It did not look like any known weapon, and the inspector did not know of anything like it. "Am I the one who knows nothing here? And why does this smelting furnace look so much like a common furnace?" "What is this?" the inspector asked. "Some ritual implement I invented myself. It does not have the usual shape of a ritual implement, but it is full of surprises and is very powerful." Luo Fan yapped away. "Something you invented yourself?" The inspector looked funny as he asked. While the piece of whatever did not look like a ritual implement, there were many participants who were of a peculiar breed, and what Luo Fan said seemed to make some sense. The ritual implement did not resemble any known item. It was only a twisted board of some kind, and it would not have attracted any attention. As such, it might have turned out to be full of surprises. That's bullshit. With all due respect, those two don't know anything about the armorer's art. They just did whatever they thought about doing. The youth beside them quipped in a very irritated manner. The elder was stunned. "Did I just get played?" The inspector elder's expression turned severe as they exuded an imposing bearing. Shui Yi took out the ritual implement they made and said, "Have a look." As soon as he finished, spiritual qi gushed into the ritual implement and dazzling lights emerged in an instant, pulsing with destructive powers as lightning whipped about in terrifying might, out to tear everything apart. Blinding lights unfolded in the space they were in. "This is indeed a ritual implement. It was just that we didn't follow the usual method," Shui Yi explained. "Shut up if you know nothing. Who are you to say that this is not a ritual implement?" Luo Fan glared at the one beside them. "You asshole actually went to tell on us. You." That person pointed at Luo Fan and continued, "I beg your pardon, senior. Those two indeed know nothing about making ritual implements. They were just messing around." The inspector elder looked rather amused before saying, "But it did exude the power befitting of a superior ritual implement. They pass." He left as soon as he finished. Luo Fan looked at the one who told on them in a provoking manner before turning, his expression cold and cursed. Yi Futian placed his hand on his head. "Well, those two are still my seniors, all right. Some work they've done there indeed." While his capabilities were undeniable, his talents were limited, and as such, his achievements paled in comparison to others. True top-class master armorers were required to have exceptional cultivation talents, for they would not have been able to reach the pinnacle otherwise. Yu Qi was ranked 8th in the Baron Sky ranking, due to his incredible talents in both cultivation and armor talents. It was also the very reason that he was able to become a symbol of Alchemy City. The spectators scanned the armorers at work, and some mighty ones took notice of Shui Yi and Luo Fan, wearing peculiar looks as they did so. Just what the hell are they doing there? Many others turned their attention to those two as well. They saw Shui Yi going all out with crafting matrix patterns while Luo Fan kept dumping materials into the furnace to be melted. The furnace looked like one meant for cooking, and both did not look like they knew what they were doing. It looked as if they only knew the theories of crafting ritual implements, but had not done so themselves. Was that how they made that thing? Many had bewildered looks on their faces. From the looks of things, what they crafted was not some peculiar invention, but proof of their ineptitude at the art. They were totally inexperienced at crafting ritual implements and were only able to follow what they learned from books to the letter, with the end product being some junk of unknown use or origin. Chu-ji of the Goddess Pavilion chuckled as she said, "I never knew there would be some interesting ones among the participants. Are they seriously participating in the competition knowing only that much? Are they really coming to participate in a grand event held only once in 10 years, armed with such amateurish skills at the art of armors? Are they really hoping to make it to the top 100 armed with such mediocre skills?" Futian heard the voices from above the stairs far away. He was speechless, thinking of how people had taken notice of his senior's ineptitude. You have to give it to them, though. While they may know nothing about crafting ritual implements, they are nonetheless good at what they are doing. At the very least, that fire is indeed something, and that ability at making matrices is decent. If those two really dedicate themselves to the art of armors, they might actually be something in years to come. Someone commented with a smile. What they are doing now serves well to entertain the spectators, I'd say. But to really compete in the alchemy conference with those skills? They are asking to be insulted. Dikai said plainly as he watched those two buffoons moving about. Just what were those two doing at the alchemy conference? The alchemy conference is an event where all who are adept at the art of armorers are welcome to participate. It is no surprise that you find all sorts of people here. Zhuge Mingyue and Zhuge Kanyang said nothing. Shui Yi and Luofan visited the Zhuge family before. They were never seen doing anything in public. They were not top-class figures. As such, it was only natural that no one knew them, and no one knew of their connection to Zhuge Mingyue. They're geniuses, someone was heard saying. Many turned to look at the one who gave the comment, Futian. He added with a smile, they know little about crafting ritual implements, so it is a given that they are amateurs who just got acquainted with the art. But it is remarkable to see someone able to go that far while they are still new at the art. I'm not an armorer, but I can see that they are geniuses that you don't see every day. If they were to dedicate themselves at honing the art, they would one day become one of the top armorers. Many looked at Futian with their mouths ajar. Many were ridiculing their level at the art, yet Futian went calling them geniuses. Geniuses like that exist? Futian paid no heed to what the spectators thought about anything. Regardless of why Shui Yi and Luofan were participating in the alchemy conference, and their utter ineptitude displayed in the competition, Futian ignored the ridicule of others. It was, after all, his seniors who were competing, and he felt compelled to side with them. Di Gang looked at Futian and said plainly with a smile, "So, you are a genius like that?" He heard from Di Zhou a few days ago that the party from the Holy Ji Palace led by Futian defeated Li Futu and his people. As such, Li Futu was deemed a loser for fighting that battle as soon as he got there. The Holy Ji Palace was known as the sacred ground of the Barren State, and the likes of Bai Luli had emerged from there. Futian was able to reign supreme as the champion of law battle 3 years ago as a grade 9 noble. It was a given that he was seen as an exceptional being. However, Di Gang believed that he would be the one who shined the brightest in their generation, even compared to the likes of Bai Luli and Futian. Futian turned his eyes to Di Gang. He never saw Di Gang before, but he was able to see the arrogance and contempt in his eyes. It as if he was an ant to be stomped on. Futian smirked as he guessed the other party's identity. Di Gang of the Emperor family, the one with the most exceptional talent in all of the southwestern region. "I'm not an armorer," Futian replied with a smile. "I heard that Futian from the Holy Ji Palace was able to merge everyone's spirits into one with just a single song. The champion from the law battle in the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago, and one who is adept in many fields," Di Gang continued. "I'm doing okay." Futian kept the smile on his face. It is a pity, however, that a jack of all trades will easily become a master of nothing. Why not dedicate all your efforts into perfecting one area instead? Di Feng added, just like those two. They may have exceptional talents at the art, But entering a competition with skills means that whatever they craft will be junk. How is your little brother, Dizhou? Yi Futian asked with a smile. He is doing okay. While not very exceptional, one can say he is still a genius, Di Gang replied. Di Gang of the Emperor family is indeed humble. Yi Futian smiled and continued. While I train in many areas and I'm not a master in any of them, I'm still able to beat the geniuses you speak of, even in their respective areas. As such, thank you for your concern, but it won't be necessary. You need not concern yourself with the armorers either. I suggest you focus on your own matters. Many turned their attention at the two young men and looked amused. One was the brightest star within the sphere of influence of Alchemy City, while the other was a renowned figure in the Holy Ji Palace. It was apparent from their words that sparks were flying between them. What Yi Futian meant was obvious. What Di Gang said to be junk was still better than whatever his little brother would have been able to come up with. As such, it was best for Di Gang to stop sticking his nose into other people's business and focus more on his own people. Yi Futian still wore a smile on his face. While Di Gang was known to be the most talented in Alchemy City, the other party was someone who came from the Holy Ji Palace, and that meant there was no place for Di Gang to throw his weight around. The very reason why Yi Futian brought Dizhou into the conversation was because he was unhappy with Di Gang, insulting his seniors in front of everyone. Since Di Gang was not being nice with his words, it was only natural for Yi Futian to retort with a sharp tongue. What do you mean? Dizhou, who was behind Di Gang, asked with a cold look, knowing well that Yi Futian was insulting him specifically. The Alchemy Conference welcomed anyone who called themselves armorers to participate. The results of their work would then be measured with set rules, and there is no need for others to be noisy about their performance. Furthermore, since when is a noble qualified to judge anyone who participates in the event? Yi Futian elaborated with a smile, and many around them looked stunned. Is he trying to confront Di Gang right here and now? Furthermore, they are my seniors, Yi Futian said with a smile. Many turned their eyes to the two at work as soon as Yi Futian spoke, before turning their eyes back to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked composed. The well-known young genius of the Holy Ji Palace declared those two to be his seniors with pride, without any regard for their foolish and inept performance. It was easy to understand why Yi Futian retorted. So that is why. Are they from the Holy Ji Palace? Di Gang asked with a funny look on his face. Seniors before I entered the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian replied. Interesting. Di Gang smirked hearing Yi Futian's reply. It's a pity that your plane is a little bit on the low side. If Yi Futian's plane had been somewhat higher, equal to his, things would have turned out more interesting. A chuckle was heard from somewhere. Many turned their attention and saw Zhuge Mingyue's beaming smile, and she said, that guy became a law battle champion as a grade 9 noble, went to rank 10th in law rank as a grade 8 noble, and had the alchemy casino pay a hefty price as a grade 4 noble. If his plane were any higher, would there be anything left for other nobles in the barren state? What do you think, little brother? Zhuge Mingyue smiled at Yi Futian. That rascal sure learned the annoying habit of defending one's shortcomings from the cottage well. Many turned their eyes at Zhuge Mingyue, and came to understand something. Rumor had it that Zhuge Mingyue came from the Eastern Barren Territory, and Yi Futian was his little brother in training. With those two who were competing in the Alchemy Conference being Yi Futian's seniors, it would then stand to reason that they were her juniors. The little brother part practically gave their relationship away, and it was no surprise that she showed up then. Chapter 625. Many were able to tell from Di Gang's reaction that he felt rather indifferent. However, it was a justifiable reaction, as Di Gang's talents in plane meant that competition among nobles was rather meaningless to him. His current goal was to become someone like Bai Luli. Many were able to tell from Di Gang's reaction that he felt rather indifferent. However, it was a justifiable reaction, as Di Gang's talents in plane meant that competition among nobles was rather meaningless to him. His current goal was to become someone like Bai Luli. Chu Ji, you might have underestimated my son a little too much, Di Kai, head of the emperor family, said. He knew his son better than anyone. Di Gang was a prodigy of exceptional talents, and he would have achieved great things given time. surpassing even his father. He might even actually become a saint and step foot into that plane told in legends. The Emperor family, one of the two top forces of Alchemy City, cast off their ancestral armorer tradition to focus on cultivation. Yet none from Di Kai's generation was able to overpower the Yu clan. However, Di Gang showed promise of being the one capable of accomplishing such a feat in the future, enabling the Emperor family to replace the Yu clan and become the symbol of Alchemy City. Whenever anyone talked about Alchemy City, they would first think of the Emperor family. I have heard of Di Gang's talents, but the younger generation from all over Barren State here are all proud sons and daughters, and the cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace were even known to be gods among men. As such, it would be obvious that I'm not underestimating anyone. If you, Di Kai, find it unpleasant, just pretend that I never said anything then, Chuji elaborated. There were many on the grandstands who looked eager to test their mettle. Seeing the alchemy conference underway, they grew rather restless as well. The Holy Ji Palace was known to be the #1 sacred ground for training in the entire Barren State. With the students of the Holy Ji Palace there that day, many were eager to find out personally how capable the students of said sacred ground actually were. When the alchemy conference is over, the youngsters can have it their way, Yu Chi said, his eyes forward. Many turned their eyes away. The day was still meant for the alchemy conference, and since the City Lord office was the organizing party, it was only proper that the alchemy conference was to be given top priority and everything else came later. Yi Futian shifted his eyes back on his seniors. He was still speechless seeing them work. While he felt compelled to defend his seniors in front of strangers, their performance was indeed a horrible one compared to others. Is the fifth brother cooking or crafting? Is he simply trying to dump everything into the pot and cook it up? Yi Shaoshi found the scene rather unbearable to look at as well. It was their fifth brother who cooked for them back in the cottage, and he was undeniably good, so much so that his dishes tasted better than a lot of the so-called exquisite dishes outside. However, they were supposed to be crafting ritual implements, and fifth brother seemed to have just let the pot simmer after dumping everything inside. What actually looked different was how Shui Yi, their fourth brother, was seen helping out by absorbing spiritual qi in a crazed manner to craft matrices on their product. While it was obvious he learned everything demonstrated there in a crash course, he was still able to show that he learned a lot and some things he did actually made sense. However, what they were doing still had people wondering if they were actually capable of crafting any ritual implement worth mentioning. The base of crafting ritual implements lies with the matrices crafted. One figure after another entered the arena as soon as the announcement was finished. All of them women, and all of them carried various kinds of crafting materials to be chosen by the participants. They were also people who set the smelting furnaces in their places, and every single one indeed looked identical. As such, no one was deemed to have any obvious edge against the other. With the elites selected from the first 2 rounds, the next round was all about standards of finished products crafted under the same conditions. It was the true test to pick the ones worthy of becoming the top 100. Those top 100 were free to join any forces in Alchemy City of their liking. All 300 participants spread out once again, each taking their spot in front of a smelting furnace and having their selected materials laid out. The air felt tense. Many looked on feeling serious. The next round of crafting would be the key, and the winners would then make it to the top 100. Little brother, give it all you got in this one and don't mess anything up, Shui Yi said in a soft voice. They were the slowest among the 300 in the previous round. However, they needed to be fast in the next one, and as such they were required to make the simplest ritual implement they were able to come up with. But then again, it was nonetheless a challenge to make a simple ritual implement with the power of a top-class noble ritual implement. Since when did I mess anything up? Luo Fan asked in a puzzled manner. Begin. The elder announced the start of the next round of crafting. Everyone became busy in an instant. Luo Fan and Shui Yi were especially serious, sparing no time to talk and focusing only on what they should be doing in silence. Time passed and finally there was someone who finished their piece. It's done. That person was none other than Mu O. He crafted a very simple dagger, but it was a dagger that shimmered throughout, exuding terrifying air of sharpness. Many nodded in silence. Mu O was indeed very experienced at his art, and it was no surprise he turned out to be the fastest. Qi Lian was the second one who finished crafting. It was a sword. Lu Wei of the Lu clan in Alchemy City was the third person to finish crafting, followed by Zhou Shang of Zhou clan. All of them were renowned figures in this event. More and more people finished crafting their ritual implements, and more became anxious. However, Gong Sun Yi Yu too, and Yu Ming went crafting their works in a very focused and composed manner still. It was as if they were pursuing an artistic flair in the works instead of making things simply to win the competition. The standards of the participants became even more apparent when they were forced to craft at high-level ritual implements using the same materials. Yu too crafted a pair of gloves, which were incredibly intricate. The gloves conjured terrifying shadow of a dragon, and filled with an appalling sense of power as soon as he put them on his hands. An heir of the city lord indeed, some quipped with an impressed tone. Gong Sun Ye's work seemed not to be inferior as well. He went to craft a pair incredibly dazzling rock wings, which shimmered with golden light, emanating incredibly sharp aura when the wings were melded with one's body. It was an apparatus with both offensive and defensive properties, and it amplified the speed of the wearer as well. It was an astonishing feat for someone to be able to craft one such ritual implement in such a short time. "We're done." Elated voices were heard. Shui Yi and Luo Fan looked at each other and smiled. The end product was still a brick. Terrifying might emanated from it as Shui Yi held his hands on the brick. It pulsed with the frightening power of lightning and packed highly destructive powers. Everyone was rendered speechless. Their end product looked almost identical to what they had crafted so far. Were they simply trying to get more familiar with their processes in the last round? While there were no rules forbidding such an act, it was nonetheless deemed baffling and shameless for them to craft a similar piece in 2 consecutive rounds. Just how such losers managed to get so far in the alchemy conference. "This is an insult," Dizhou said coldly. As Yi Futian did not play nice with him before, he had no intention of being polite to him. Slightly inferior standard at the art compensated with strategy. "Good move," Yi Futian praised them loudly. "You call that a strategy?" Many looked at Yi Futian, finding him to be just as shameless as his seniors. 100 mighty ones finished crafting pinnacle noble ritual implements soon and went on to unleash their powers as soon as they were done. The elder at the stairs, however, did not stop the competition. There was still a need to eliminate those who did not make the cut. As such, the competition at that round would have truly come to an end when 120 participants had finished crafting. Those who were not able to finish looked at Luo Fan and Shui Yi with disgusted eyes. They would have done the same if they knew that would have worked. One's face was cheap when they had the chance to be among the top 100. There was still the inspection of the ritual implements to be considered. The items crafted by the first 100 who finished did not seem to have any problems, and all of them were pinnacle noble ritual implements, including what Shui Yi and Luo Fan crafted. As such, they were able to make it to the top 100. Those who failed to make the cut left the arena one by one. All of them looked rather dissatisfied. Countless kept their eyes on the 100 at the front. They were the ones who were to compete in the final round. The elder at the stairs looked at the remaining 100 and said, "The next round will be the final round of the alchemy conference. There are no set limitations in this round. You will be crafting your best works using your own furnaces and materials. There will not be a time limit. Your time will be up when you have finished crafting your ritual implement. No recraft will be tolerated. And finally, your rank will be entirely dependent on the quality of the ritual implement crafted." The next round of crafting battle was no longer an elimination round. Unlike martial arts competitions, all participants were allowed to craft at the same time. The rank would depend on the quality of ritual implement crafted. You all will have 1 hour to rest and prepare yourselves, as well as to think what you would be crafting next, the elder continued, and the air in the stage felt different once again. In the next hour, the ritual implements crafted by the participants would decide the highest standards of the future generation of the world of armorers in Barren State. Chapter 626. Everyone occupied a space of their own within the vast crafting area. Most were getting some shut-eye. getting their mental state to peak performance in order to participate in the final round of ritual implement crafting. This round was incredibly important. Everyone occupied a space of their own within the vast crafting area. Most were getting some shut-eye, getting their mental state to peak performance in order to participate in the final round of ritual implement crafting. This round was incredibly important. At the top of the stairs before the area, an elder walked towards Wuxia and took a dazzling golden scroll from him. A flash of recognition shot through the eyes of many, and they stared at that golden scroll. "It's the alchemy rank," someone said. The people spectating from afar seemed to be agitated at the revealing of the golden scroll. Now that the alchemy rank had been taken out, these top 100 armorers had received the right to have their names written down in the rank. The following round would then decide their exact ranking within the alchemy rank in this year's competition. This ranking could potentially affect the future of the participants. Should they be able to rank high in the alchemy rank, their prospects would be greater. All the top powers in the Barren State would support them with various training and ritual implement crafting resources. It would be an endless supply, and they wouldn't have to worry about finding their own resources. This was how valuable talents in ritual implement crafting were. Each influential organization had its own armorer, and they invested a lot of resources to have these armorers work for them. The many armorers present took a good look at the alchemy rank. However, Shuiyi and Luofan did not seem to be the least bit bothered by the rank. They did not sit down to rest but were pacing in the side of the area. Many people were looking at the duo, wondering what they were up to. However, it was break time after all. They were well within their rights to do whatever they wanted. Shuiyi and Luofan walked over to the spectator stands, which was on the right, and came before Yi Futian. Fourth older brother, fifth older brother. Seeing the two men come over, Yi Futian smiled and greeted them. Yi Shaoshi greeted the two as well. "Little brother, have you and Little Shi come over to Alchemy City for the trials as well?" Shuiyi asked. "Yeah, I came here to have a look around and I got myself some ritual implements to use too." Yi Futian nodded before asking, "Older brothers, what are you participating in the alchemy conference for? If you want ritual implements, we could get them from the alchemy casino." Those who heard Yi Futian's words from a distance away frowned in disapproval. What did this rascal take the alchemy casino for? For Yi Futian to speak of the alchemy casino like a place to simply get ritual implements, did he think the place belonged to him? "We haven't seen each other for a few years, but little brother, how do you still not have any pursuits?" Luofan replied, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was taken aback. "If you're not here for ritual implements, then are you really preparing to enter the City Lord office to learn ritual implement crafting?" That seemed like a good idea to Yi Futian. If his older brothers were to learn ritual implement crafting from the City Lord office, then it would be way easier for him to obtain ritual implements in the future. "No," Luofan shook his head lightly. "We're aiming for first place." Yi Futian blinked and stared at Luofan wordlessly before turning to look at Shuiyi. With their abilities, it was already beyond lucky that they could even be in the top 100. And now, they wanted to be first in the alchemy conference? Are these two idiots? Dizhou cursed from afar. To him, something was definitely wrong with the heads of these two. Even you two from the City Lord office wouldn't dare claim that he would be able to get first place in the alchemy conference. In this alchemy conference, there were so many powerful people awaiting the results of the alchemy rank. "Older brother, are you serious right now?" Yi Futian asked, perspiring from embarrassment. "Yeah." Shuiyi nodded his head, the image of seriousness. "We've got to be first place." "I believe you," Yi Futian replied, somewhat lost for words. He said the word believe with special emphasis. "Little brother, since when have I ever lied to you?" Shuiyi said, looking at Yi Futian. "Since I said I'm aiming for the top, of course I am going to go all in." Yi Futian looked at Shuiyi in confusion, wondering what the chances were that his older brother was really being serious about this. Yi Futian's eyes shifted about, and he looked at Shuiyi somewhat warily before whispering, "I heard that the one who wins first place at the alchemy conference will be able to marry the daughter of the City Lord office. Could it be that older brother has his eye on that family's daughter?" "Smart guy, you finally got it," Luofan praised. "Little brother, if a man as talented as I were to be out and about, it's no wonder I'd attract the attention of a lady that's as equally amazing as I am." Shuiyi sighed. Yi Futian was speechless for a while before he said, in some awe, older brother, you're amazing. Little brother, little sure. How has your training been at the palace? Shui Yi asked. Seventh older brother and I are doing well. I'm a grade 4 noble now, and seventh older brother is a grade 3 noble, Yi Futian replied. That puts me at ease. Looks like you two aren't too far from becoming top-notch nobles. The Holy Ji Palace has many training resources. Make good use of this opportunity to train well, Shui Yi advised nicely. I understand, older brother. Yi Futian nodded. Work hard, little brother. You're a smart man, maybe we'll need your help in future when it comes to third older brother and older sister's affairs, Shui Yi continued speaking. Right? Yi Futian began to feel a little strange at his older brother's words. He wondered what his older brother meant by telling him all that. Well then, I'll head over to prepare for the ritual implement crafting, Shui Yi announced. All right. Yi Futian nodded, and the two men left together to head back to their places in the area. An hour passed very quickly, and when the elder announced the start of the ritual implement crafting from the top of the staircase, the vast space instantly became deafeningly quiet, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. An endless crowd had gathered at the conference, but no one spoke. Even the important guests had stopped their discussions as well. Everyone was intently watching the 100 people craft ritual implements. No one made any noise to not disturb those at work. This was the respect people showed towards the alchemy conference. At this moment, U2 was bathed in frightening flames. The flames were golden and filled with an overpowering elegance. It took on the form of a dragon and became the divine fire of the 9 dragons, which rushed into the smelting furnace. It's the golden flames of the 9 dragons, the spectators thought to themselves. The flames that were passed down a branch of the Yu family had incredible might. U2's life spirit was even beaming with the flames. 9 golden fire dragons could be seen, bathed in the endless flames. It was an incredibly elegant sight. Furthermore, a pure gold material was sitting within U2's smelting furnace at this moment. It was a golden asteroid, an incredibly rare material to use in ritual implement crafting. It was especially tough. Even top-notch nobles would not be able to smash this golden asteroid into pieces if they tried. This material was often used in crafting sage-level ritual implements. It could either create ritual implements with incredible attacking power, or defensive ritual implements. U2 was offering up his ultimate skills in this round. Gong Sun Yi was also putting up a spectacular display. A dazzling matrix appeared beneath his feet, and a scroll floated within his smelting furnace. A large amount of worldly spiritual qi flowed above the furnace, and many ritual implement crafting materials were melting on the scroll, dripping bit by bit into it. Afterward, 7 shadow figures appeared, in the likeness of Gong Sun Yi. Standing on top of the scroll, they lifted brushes and began inscribing. That's Gong Sun Ye's Dharma body, someone whispered. Everyone watched him work. While many people had given their all to enter the top 100 in the alchemy conference, to an armorer like Gong Sun Yi, it was not necessary for him to go all out in order to reach this round. All he had to do was reveal just a part of his true abilities. But this round was where the real battle was, and he was going to craft a ritual implement that would trump all. Yu Ming was crafting a chess set, while Qi Lian was crafting a dueling sword. Muo seemed to be crafting a magical orb, and everyone else was doing all they could to craft their respective ritual implements. Zhou Sheng and LV Wei both had equally incredible ritual implement crafting processes. Yi Futian's eyes swept across all the armorers present. Though he had little knowledge of ritual implement crafting, he could still feel the incredible skill present. The alchemy conference was the highest level ritual implement crafting competition in the Barren State. Naturally, it was of a different caliber, with the Barren State's best armorers of the noble plane all present. His gaze then landed on his older brothers. The duo was uncharacteristically solemn. The ritual implement they were crafting seemed to be the same as what they had been doing, something that looked like a giant brick. Yi Futian wore a baffled expression at the sight. However, his 5th older brother Luofan seemed to be cutting the brick into smaller pieces. His knife skill was akin to that required in cutting vegetables. The small pieces were all neat. The seriousness of his 2 older brothers had Yi Futian very confused. He began to suspect that his older brothers were genuinely serious in their attempt. Could it be that one of his older brothers had really fallen for the Daughter of Alchemy City's City Lord office? However, everyone else at the alchemy conference was obviously very skilled in ritual implement crafting. Even if his two older brothers joined forces, it was impossible that they would gain victory over the rest. The crackling of flames was practically the only sound that could be heard in the quiet space. Gradually, the sound of clanging metal could be heard as well. This round of ritual implement crafting was the slowest, with 4 hours gone already and still no one having completed their ritual implement yet. In this final round, everyone was making use of their best skills in hopes of crafting a top-notch ritual implement. Whether it was ingredients or difficulty in crafting, the competitors were bringing only the best to the table, which meant the process was time-consuming. However, the ritual implements they were working on were beginning to take on their initial form. After 2 more hours, a ritual implement was fully formed. It was a very thin sword, thin as gossamer and was dazzling silver. Like a silver thread, it flew about in the air, possessing a frightening penetrability while being almost as formless as the wind. A good ritual implement, many people praised. It was indeed rare to see such a delicate crafting technique. Afterward, more people began to complete their ritual implements. Each one was sublime in their craftsmanship. Frightening energy drew everyone's eyes in its direction. Over at Qi Lian's side, a giant dueling sword that was branded with magnificent streaks of gold along its body was slowly ascending into the sky. The sword gave one the impression that it was incredibly heavy. However, the tip of the sword seemed to be unimaginably sharp, and a scary glint gleamed from the ritual implement. Muo's ritual implement is almost done as well, someone commented, and many people looked towards him. A single orb spun in the air, clear and dazzling yet still releasing frightening surges of energy. Such delicateness in weapon crafting could probably only be attributed to an armorer of Muo's experience and skill. Yutu's smelting furnace rose into the sky, and a precious cauldron of the 9 dragons appeared, turning slowly in the sky. It was a magnificent sight to see. Gong Sunyi had crafted a catalogue, within which the images of various people seemed to appear. Though it wasn't fully formed yet, it had already impressed many people. Seems like it's a given that Gong Sunyi, Yutu, Qi Lian, and Muo are going to be in the top 10, someone guessed. The ritual implements may not have been completed yet, but many people were already predicting the final rankings of the alchemy rank. The ritual implements that Gong Sunyi and Yutu had crafted also seemed to be at the level that deserved a ranking within the top 3. Right then, someone looked in Shui Yi and Luo Fan's direction. They were wondering how these two rascals, who had muddled their way into the top 100, would do this round. They probably were going to come in last this time. However, the brick they had created was already cut into small pieces, and even melted into something that looked like paper for a scroll. A dull metallic shine could be seen still, and Shui Yi was continuously inscribing a matrix quietly. What's that thing? A book? Many people looked confused at the sight. They didn't quite get what the two were trying to do, but what they were crafting now at least seemed more legitimate than whatever they had created in the past rounds. Luo Fan, are you ready? Shui Yi whispered, his voice solemn. Older brother, should we just give up? We can always beg older sister. Maybe there'll be another way out. Luo Fan's voice was equally as low. I asked you if you were ready, Shui Yi hissed sternly. Luo Fan glanced over at him and replied, Shui Yi, you better think this through. Didn't I already clear things up with you before we came? I'm going to start, Shui Yi responded, and at his words, his life spirit flew out. An ancient book appeared and turned into an endless number of scrolls that danced in the sky. The pages from the ancient book shimmered and flew towards the small pieces of brick that lay on the smelting furnace. Let's do this, Shui Yi declared solemnly. Luo Fan was quivering slightly. While he had previously been relaxed and chatty, Luo Fan was now nervous beyond measure. He took in a deep breath and revealed an uncharacteristic seriousness. The flames suddenly turned incomparably violent and rushed towards the pages, melting them into the ritual implement. In an instant, the brick which had been cut into tiny pieces began to glow, emanating a dazzling golden glow. The matrix the two had inscribed previously began to glow intensely as well. The brick was no longer a brick but a golden book. Rascal! Zhuge Mingyue suddenly stood up, her gaze steely. Staring at Shui Yi, she ordered, Shui Yi, stop right now. The influential characters around her were slightly taken aback as well. They knew what Shui Yi was about to do. He was going to insert his life spirit into the ritual implement as an offering. However, was this something Shui Yi was capable of doing? Only top armorers of the Sage Plane would dare to do such a thing. Shui Yi was obviously someone who had just picked up the art. He probably had only just read a few books on the subject. The consequences of pulling such a trick were dire. They included having one's powers destroyed or even death. What is he doing? Wondered Chu Ji of the Goddess Pavilion. Was it necessary to put so much on the line just for the alchemy conference? Is he crazy? The large crowd now had their attention on Shui Yi. They were no longer making fun of him. Now he was actually serious and not being his usual shameless, joking self. Shui Yi was frightening. Fresh blood was trickling out the corners of Shui Yi's mouth, and a desolate expression surfaced on his handsome face. Looking at Zhuge Mingyue's expression, he said, "Second older sister, you're so pretty even when you're angry. No wonder third older brother is so smitten. But I've finally met someone he likes after training for so long. Of course, I have to let myself do something crazy just this once." Luofan, stop all this right now. Zhuge Mingyue then turned to Luofan, who was standing next to Shui Yi. Second older sister, I don't have any choice, Luofan replied haplessly. Zhuge Mingyue began to walk forward. But Yu Qi then spoke, my niece, it is not permitted for anyone to interfere while the alchemy conference is ongoing. As he spoke, invisible energy surrounded Zhuge Mingyue. Yu Qi's gaze turned to Shui Yi as well, a ripple of emotion appearing in his deep-set eyes. This rascal really is being audacious, he thought. Second older sister, now that we've come to this point, you can't stop me anyway. If something really happens to me, tell third older brother that while he might have been very strict with me previously, I'll still be his younger brother in my next life, Shui Yi whispered. Of course, I won't forget about you, my pretty second older sister. Fourth older brother, Yi Futian murmured, finally understanding what was going on. He stood up and stared at Shui Yi in disbelief that he had actually been serious about something that sounded like a joke. Little brother, remember what I said to you just now. Remember to take care of things between second older sister and third older brother. His life spirit carved matrices and integrated itself into the ritual implement, resonating with it before being crafted into one. It was the process of offering up one's life spirit to the ritual implement. Older brother. Yi Futian stood there, staring fixedly at the scene happening before him. His older brother used to be so irreverent, but now he was suddenly throwing even his life away in order to craft a ritual implement. This sudden change was too much for Yi Futian. Was this all just to marry Yuxi? Yi Futian wondered what his older brother had been through these few years, and what exactly he had gone through with Yuxi. Hua Jieyu stood up as well and held Yi Futian's hand tightly. She was equally shaken by the sudden shocking change in Shui Yi. The scene happening before Hua Jieyu's eyes made her think about her own past with Yi Futian. She also likes older brother Shui Yi. Hua Jieyu glanced over at Yuxi. Yuxi seemed aloof and emotionless, but Hua Jieyu could instinctively sense that Yuxi was struggling internally, suppressing her own emotional turmoil in order to remain calm. Bright red blood trickled out continuously, staining Shui Ye's top red. It was shocking to see. Shui Ye's breathing grew increasingly weak, as if he were a lamp about to go out. His life spirit was being refined, his very soul being integrated into the ritual implement. However, Shui Yi continued, urging his spiritual energy on. He was intent on completing the ritual implement. Since he had already come so far, he was going to finish the task no matter what. He was prepared to pay any price for it. Frightening energy was burning, and everyone felt the energy around Shui Yi suddenly increase wildly. Despite the state he was in, the amount of energy around him was only increasing and getting stronger as well. He's burning his own spiritual energy and releasing it at full capacity. What a crazy fellow, Yan Jun commented, looking at Shui Yi. It did take courage to go this far with one's spiritual energy. However, he was doing it all just for a woman. Even if that woman was outstanding with beauty that was absolutely stunning, was it really worth going this far? Yushi's slim fingers quivered slightly, and it seemed like her cold gaze was on the verge of melting as well. A hint of redness appeared in her eyes. That's enough, Yushi ordered, her fists clenched. You still care? Shuiyi smiled, looking at her. You idiot, Yushi spat coldly. You liar. Shuiyi was still smiling. At that, tears finally fell from Yushi's eyes. Gleaming tears rolled down her cheeks smoothly, leaving tear after tear on her beautiful face. The sight of Yushi's tears moved everyone. So, there actually had been something going on between these two. There was no way Yushi would shed tears for some random person. It was evident that the two had known each other from way back. Words like idiot and liar made it seem as though they were scolding each other, but it also felt like a sort of affection. The winner of the alchemy conference would receive the right to marry Yushi, but it seemed like Yushi had already been in a relationship with someone else before the conference. If the person who won first place wasn't Shuiyi, then what was the winner supposed to do? It was for that reason that Gong Sunyi, Qi Lian, and the rest who had not completed their ritual implement yet, were wearing such ugly expressions. They were not the only ones. Even Yu Qi, the city lord, was frowning as well. This sort of affair was sure to put the city lord office in a difficult position and damage its reputation. However, the alchemy conference, which was held once every decade, was a tradition upheld by the Yu family for generations. If they were to host the alchemy conference, they would make sure that it was the talk of the entire barren state. As such, Yu Qi would have to pick the best woman for the competition. It didn't matter whether or not he could bear to offer up his own daughter. In any case, this also concerned the future of the city lord office. The winner of the alchemy conference would always be a person with exceeding talent in crafting ritual implements. They would make the best husband for a woman from the city lord office. However, his daughter Yushi had an especially fiery temperament. She had gone all out to resist this arranged marriage and created this huge mess today. Just then, a surge of incredibly savage energy was released. Over at Gong Sunye's side, his Dharma body was rapidly inscribing matrices that were even more powerful onto the scroll. It didn't matter to him whether Shuiyi was offering up his life spirit to the ritual implement. For a beginner in the art of crafting ritual implements to go all out and win first place in the alchemy conference was madness. Even if Shuiyi paid with his life, it would be all in vain. Gong Sunyi was infuriated this very moment. He had believed firmly that he would be the winner of the alchemy conference without any hiccup occurring in his plans. He was going to enter the city lord office, marry the city lord's daughter Yushi, and inherit the city lord office and everything it owned in future. Everything that had happened thus far made him feel extremely humiliated. Is he wreck-rafting his ritual implement? Everyone wondered, their eyes flashing at the sight of Gong Sunye's actions. Gong Sunyi had yet to complete his ritual implement yet despite being close to it, which was why he could afford to wreck-raft it. Now it seemed like Gong Sunyi had been spurred to create an even more powerful ritual implement. Many people could secretly relate to how Gong Sunyi felt. Gong Sunyi was an immensely talented armorer from a great family of armorers. He was well known in the world of armorers. He was comparable to Di Gang in terms of how much sway his voice held. And if he were to be ranked first in the alchemy rank, then he would be Yushi's future husband as well. Now that there were hints of him potentially becoming a cuckold, he naturally could not stand it. Yu Tu glanced over at Gong Sunyi, wondering if it was possible for the ritual implement he was crafting to be any stronger still. If that was so, then there wasn't much hope left for Yu Tu anymore. Yu Qi was hoping that Yu Tu would win first place so that the winner of the alchemy conference wouldn't have to marry Yushi. If that was the case, then it would be easier for Yu Qi to take control of the situation. However, it didn't seem like there was much hope left for Yu Tu to win. With a grunt, Yu Tu completed his ritual implement. It was a cauldron lifted up by 9 dragons, which glinted with a frightening glow. Powerful energy wafted from within the cauldron before the 9-dragon cauldron sank towards the ground and landed before him. Qi Lian had also completed his dueling sword, along with a growing number of people who were also wrapping up their work. However, Shuiyi and Gong Sunyi were still continuing, until they were the last two people left still working on their ritual implements. Shui Ye's breathing was growing weaker still, and his spiritual energy seemed to have run out as well. The ritual implement floated before him, the golden pages shining with a brilliant dazzle. However, Shui Ye's face was deathly pale, barely a hint of blood in his cheeks. His life spirit had been completely integrated into the ritual implement. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell backward as he became unable to support himself. As he fell, he managed to say, "I'm counting on you now." After speaking, Shui Yi lost consciousness. Zhuge Mingyue stared unflinchingly in his direction, while Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu held each other's hand tightly until sweat formed in between their palms. Yuxi's face was filled with tears and she shivered slightly. "You are the real unlucky star here. It's my misfortune to have an older brother like you," Luo Fan murmured. Afterward, his spiritual energy seemed to burn as well, urging the flames to burn at their strongest in order to complete the task Shui Yi had not managed to finish. He was going to complete the ritual implement. The golden pages danced in the air, with each page carrying the heart and soul of the two people. Finally, the pages joined together to form the book from beginning to end, and streaks of light that were even more dazzling were released from the completion of the book. Luo Fan smiled before plopping down onto the floor and looking at Shui Yi. "Older brother," Luo Fan said to Shui Yi, "you could say I've put my life on the line for you. When you get married, remember to help introduce to me a woman that's as good-looking as my sister-in-law, all right?" Many people were speechless at Luo Fan's words. These irreverent people really were optimistic about everything. Right then, an even stronger flash of light was released. In front of them, Gong Sun Yi had also finished crafting his ritual implement. Within the alchemy pillars, 100 armorers had all finished crafting their ritual implements. Now, 100 ritual implements had appeared within the area, each ritual implement being a noble-level ritual implement of the highest quality. Whatever happened next would determine their rankings in the alchemy rank. However, the only question on everyone's mind was, who would be the winner of the alchemy conference? Chapter 628. Yu Qi looked towards the crafting area and announced, "Time's up. Next, we'll be determining the order of the ranking." Yu Qi looked towards the crafting area and announced, "Time's up. Next, we'll be determining the order of the ranking." "Understood," the elder standing on top of the staircase replied. He looked towards the crowd below, announcing, "We will check each ritual implement to test its strength and display it before everyone. Then we'll determine the ranking to be entered into the alchemy rank. Finally, the ranking will be judged by the city lord and the heads of the various clans in Alchemy City. Only when there is no more dispute over the rankings will the alchemy rank be announced publicly." After he spoke, 3 elders walked into the crafting area. They started with the competitors at the back of the area. The elders walked up to the first competitor to be tested, asked his name, and then took the ritual implement. Spiritual energy and spiritual qi flowed into the ritual implement. It was a ruler, colored a bloody red as if stained by fresh blood. When spiritual qi flowed into it, the ruler let out a frightening blood-red glow. It possessed immense flaming energy, and the temperature of the surroundings instantly became unimaginably hot. It's a ritual implement with top-quality offensive power. It may have strong offensive capabilities, but only a single type of attack can be used. It has mid-level offensive martial arts capabilities, and it neither has any defensive power nor offensive spiritual energy capabilities, the elder commented. The other 2 elders checked the ritual implement too, and they did not dispute his judgment. Afterward, they began to test the second ritual implement. It was a clock with mid-level offensive martial arts capabilities, defensive capabilities, and offensive spiritual energy capabilities. It was evidently a very well-crafted ritual implement. Impressive, many people praised. It was impressive that a ritual implement could be so well balanced in its capabilities. Even though the ritual implement was judged as being only of a medium level, it was still a very well-crafted item nonetheless. The City Lord office was very strict when it came to the judging of ritual implements. While these ritual implements were all noble-level items of the highest quality, they would still be separated into the following 4 grades: lower level, mid-level, upper level and superior level. If not, it would be very difficult to judge the differences between all the ritual implements crafted here. After all, the 100 people here had all created top-quality noble-level ritual implements. The ritual implements went through the elders' tests one by one, and countless gazes were fixed upon them. As the elders checked the power of each ritual implement, eventually an upper-level ritual implement emerged. LV Wei presented a ritual implement that had upper-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, and mid-level defensive capabilities. It was a very well-rounded ritual implement. Then the elders came before Luofan and Shuiyi. Luofan was still sitting on the ground while Shuiyi had lost consciousness. Since his life was not in any danger, he was left in the crafting area to await the final results. This ritual implement has a life spirit integrated into it. It's a treasure book that contains many techniques. Please have a look at it, Luofan reminded them gently. The elders nodded. Taking the ritual implement, they injected their spiritual energy and spiritual qi into it. Immediately, the pages of the treasure book released a dazzling glow. Immense power flowed from each page in the book. In no time, the elders announced the results of their judging. This ritual implement possesses a multitude of offensive techniques. It has upper-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, upper-level defensive capabilities, and upper-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities, the elder announced. At the elder's words, there was a flurry of discussion. This ritual implement had upper-level capabilities in all aspects. These two were just beginners in the art of crafting ritual implements, yet they had crafted a powerful ritual implement that was balanced in all aspects. If they were to train for a few years, they could potentially become highly skilled. Futian clenched his fist lightly. His older brother's ritual implement had achieved an upper-level grade in all aspects. Hopefully, that would be enough to help him win first in this alchemy conference. He wouldn't have risked his life for nothing. Throughout the whole process, Yushi stared at Shuiyi. Tears remained in the corners of her eyes, but her expression and gaze became aloof and determined again. One would not be able to tell what she was feeling if not for the tears on her face. After Shuiyi and Luofan, there were many geniuses from Alchemy City who had managed to craft upper-level ritual implements as well. However, none of those could beat the ritual implement that the two had crafted. Everyone waited with bated breath. Even Futian was getting nervous as he waited for a miracle to happen. It's Qi Lian's turn now, someone said. Everyone stared at the three elders, who walked before Qi Lian to test the dueling sword before announcing the results: superior-level offensive martial arts capabilities and upper-level defensive capabilities. A strong competitor, many people thought approvingly. A dueling sword with superior-level offensive capabilities was no doubt a work of Qi Lian's. However, it was still unknown if Qi Lian's ritual implement would beat Shuiyi's. It's Yu Wei's turn. Everyone held their breath. His ritual implement was a chess set, and the results were upper-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, upper-level defensive capabilities, and with the hidden potential for controlled attacks. Afterward, the elders walked towards Mu-O and tested the magical orb he had created. The final results were upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, upper-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities, with the hidden potential of defensive spiritual energy capabilities. As expected, things turned out the way many people had thought. While Mu-O was skilled, he was restricted by the limits to his abilities in cultivation. He was not as strong as those top-notch talents, which restricted the quality of the ritual implement he crafted. Next up was Yutu's Nine-Dragon Cauldron. In the end, it was judged to possess superior-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level defensive capabilities, and upper-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities. It was even stronger than Qi Lian's dueling sword, and had the hidden potential to carry out spiritual energy attacks. The treasure book that Shuiyi and Luofan had created was indeed magnificent. It did not pale in comparison to the ritual implement you two had crafted. The last person to be judged was Gong Sunyi. Futian was especially nervous at this very moment. While the ritual implement you two crafted had been outstanding, his older brother's creation had been no less impressive. Furthermore, it didn't matter if you two came in first anyway. It all depended on that one last person. Gong Sun Yi stood, waiting quietly for the elders to come to him. There was no hint of emotion in his expression. The elders took the scroll he had crafted before injecting spiritual energy and spiritual qi into it. Instantly, the scroll expanded such that it seemed to cover the sky itself. On the scroll, pictures seemed to come alive, and it seemed like there were matrices within the scroll as well. The matrices swallowed up the worldly spiritual qi in the surroundings, and spiritual qi from the 7 elements surged into it as well. The 3 elders lifted their heads to look around at the surroundings, their hearts shaken by the sight. This catalog has the power of many matrices that you can combine at will. It swallows up worldly spiritual qi in order to create frightening offensive spells. It even has the hidden potential of a sage's might within. This is a ritual implement with superior level offensive sorcery capabilities, superior level offensive spiritual energy capabilities, and upper level defensive capabilities, the elder declared. Everyone's gaze froze upon Gong Sun Yi upon the elder's judgment. This judgment seemed to have predetermined the outcomes of this competition. It seemed like Gong Sun Ye's ritual implement would undeniably make him the winner of the alchemy conference. He would rank first in the alchemy rank. Gong Sun Ye's remained unaffected. He didn't feel happy at all. Only rage at how Shui Yi and Luo Fan thought they would be able to surpass him just by offering up a life spirit to the ritual implement. They were fools on a wild goose chase for success. Gong Sun Yi thought that they should have given up by now. Yet he still couldn't find it in him to be happy. Luo Fan, who was sitting on the ground, smiled. But his smile was somewhat depressed. Looking at Shui Yi, who was next to him, he said, "Older brother, you put your life on the line in this gamble, but we've still lost." After all, they were only beginners in the craft. Having only started recently, they weren't at all familiar with the ways of crafting a ritual implement. If it wasn't for Shui Yi offering up his life spirit to the ritual implement, there was no way they would have come this far. Even then, they still weren't good enough to triumph over that monstrously talented armorer. So they've lost. Yi Futian was shaken. His older brother had gone to such lengths, but still he had lost. Since his older brother was in love with Yu Shi, it was a loss as long as he had not won first place. Zhuge Mingyue was somewhat upset as well. When she had first found out about the incident, she had been especially furious. She had never been so furious before. This was because Shui Ye's actions were akin to looking for death. Even her father, who was the head of the Zhuge family, would not be able to help Shui Yi, much less her. He would not help him either, because with the huge mistake he had made, there was no way the city lord of the alchemy city was going to let him off. And now, since Shui Yi had gone so far with this competition, there was nothing else she could say. In the end, he still had not managed to create a miracle and rewrite fate against all odds. Yushi's expression was calm as ever. She just stood there quietly. The 3 elders were already in the process of creating the first draft of the rankings. They then submitted the draft to Yu Qi and the heads of the various clans in Alchemy City. After making a few small adjustments, Yu Qi inscribed the names into the alchemy rank personally. When Yu Qi stood up to announce the rankings in the quiet space, everyone perked up and listened intently. Every name on the alchemy rank could be a future legend in the world of armorers. Yi Futian didn't bother listening. He was not in the mood. Names were announced one by one, and Yi Futian only began to listen half-heartedly when Yu Qi was at the last few names. Muo was 6th, Yu Ming was 5th, and Qi Lian was 4th. Finally, it was time to announce the top 3. Yu Qi looked at the crowd before announcing, "Third in the alchemy rank, Yu Tuesday." Everyone was taken aback. Yu Tu, who was from the city lord, was only 3rd in the alchemy rank. Second in the alchemy rank, Shui Yi and Luo Fan, Yu Qi continued. Countless people looked towards the 2. Shui Yi and Luo Fan, who were lying and sitting on the ground respectively, were 2 bleak figures. Though they had won second place in the alchemy conference, everyone only felt an atmosphere of despair about them. First in the alchemy rank, Gong Sun Yi, Yu Qi continued announcing. Being first in the alchemy rank was an immense glory. One was a shining star in the eyes of others, the next legend of the armorer world. But when people looked towards Gong Sun Yi, they could not feel his excitement. Everyone knew that the reason for this was Shui Ye's relationship with Yuxi. It would have been better if he had not gotten first place. Today's events had proven that Gong Sanyi had the abilities to be first in the alchemy rank, and he had attained first place, but now that he was first, the woman he was supposed to marry had now publicly revealed that she was in a relationship with another man. How was he supposed to save face now? Marrying Yuxi, the daughter of the city lord office, Yuqi's daughter, and a talent in her own right, was supposed to be a good thing desired and envied by many, but now it didn't really amount to much at all. As a result, this edition of the Alchemy Conference ended on a rather strange note. None of the people in the top 3 were actually satisfied with their placement. Yu too was probably very disappointed with his own ranking. We've now come to the end of the Alchemy Conference. The City Lord Office will be hosting a banquet to welcome our guests from all over the Barren State and the top 100 armorers, Yuqi declared. Everyone understood that only top-notch individuals from all over the Barren State would deserve to be invited to the banquet. There was no place for commoners there. During the banquet, the top 100 armorers shall receive their just rewards as well. Please follow me into the City Lord office. Yuqi spoke again before he turned to leave in the direction of the office. The influential characters around him followed after him into the building. Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyue moved towards where Shui Yi and Luo Fan were in a flash. Yuxi went to go there as well, but she was blocked from doing so by 2 elders. In the end, she could only turn and go into the City Lord office. Upon seeing this, Gong Sanye's expression turned darker. The two had been in a relationship, and Luo Fan even called Yuxi his sister-in-law. Could anything have already happened between Shui Yi and Yuxi? He was going to see how Yuqi, a representative figure of the Barren State's world of armorers, was going to account for this incident. Chapter 629. In Alchemy City, Yi Futian and the others gathered around Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Zhuge Mingyue checked Shui Ye's injuries. In Alchemy City, Yi Futian and the others gathered around Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Zhuge Mingyue checked Shui Ye's injuries. Senior sister, how is he? Yi Futian asked. Very weak, Zhuge Mingyue said. He's used up all his spiritual energy and used his life spirit. He must have damaged his vitality. We won't know the result until he wakes up. This idiot. He's indeed an idiot, Luo Fan also said. I'll take care of you later. Zhuge Mingyue glanced at Luo Fan, making him smile wryly. Let me see, a gentle voice said right then. Yi Futian looked over at Phoenix and said, Phoenix is the disciple of the undying old man. Senior sister, let her look. Okay. Zhuge Mingyue made room for her. Phoenix walked to Shui Ye's side and released her spiritual energy. Green light flashed instantly, enveloping Shui Ye's body. The thick aura of vitality oozed out. Green light seeped into Shui Yi bit by bit. His vitality is greatly damaged and he's hurt his core. He'll be disabled by the time he wakes up, Phoenix murmured. Yi Futian paled instantly. Is there any way to save him? Yes. Phoenix nodded. She reached out and took a pill from her storage ring. This is the pill my teacher gave me, she said. The Phoenix pill. The Phoenix pill that is set to bring people back from the dead? Zhuge Kanyang's eyes flashed. This medicine was extremely valuable. It could be traded for a sage ritual implement. Even sages dreamed about having that pill. Having it could save their lives. Was this woman going to give it to Shui Yi now? Yi Futian obviously knew how valuable the Phoenix pill was. Earlier, Phoenix had used it as her wager at the casino alchemy, and the others were all shocked. Yes, but it's not that miraculous. If someone is truly dead, he can't be brought back. However, he's only a noble. This pill is able to replenish what he used up today, Phoenix said. Then she put the Phoenix pill in Shui Ye's mouth. The pill melted immediately and Shui Yi glowed brilliantly. He seemed to be blanketed in some miraculous power. The Phoenix pill's powerful medicinal effect was mending his body. Gradually, Shui Yi was covered in light. Luo Fan blinked. Girl, do you have more? I'm hurt badly too. Shut up. Zhuge Mingyue glanced at Luo Fan. Senior sister, I was just joking, Luo Fan said with a trembling smile. Your injuries don't need the Phoenix pill. You just used up all your spiritual energy and didn't hurt your core like him. This pill will be enough. Phoenix took out another pill for Luofan, who accepted it with a smile. Thank you. If you need anything in the future, just ask my junior. Futian stared at this guy speechless. However, he still had to thank Phoenix. Looking over, he said, Thank you. Didn't we receive many ritual implements earlier? It's not a loss for me. Phoenix smiled. Futian made note of her help. In reality, they weren't very close. Phoenix cultivated in the Daozong Pavilion with Jieyu. She'd only asked him some questions about cultivation before, and hadn't really interacted until this trip to Alchemy City. A while later, Shuiyi opened his eyes. Various faces appeared in his vision. Result? He asked as soon as he woke up. Clearly, he was still worried about the ranking of the Alchemy Conference. Zhuge Mingyue glared at him. This guy cared about the ranking instead of his own life. Second, Luofan said. Who's first? Shuiyi asked. He hoped it was you Tuesday, Gong Sunyi. So we still lost? Shuiyi's eyes darkened immediately. Fourth senior brother, perhaps Gong Sunyi will give up because of your relationship with her. Futian comforted. Shuiyi sat up and noticed the strangeness of his body. Why am I okay? He asked. You really think that you can marry Yuxi if you disable yourself and win first place? Idiot, Zhuge Mingyue scolded. If Junior's fellow disciple hadn't given you a pill, you'd be disabled right now. Thank you. Seeing that Zhuge Mingyue was looking at Phoenix, Shuiyi realized who'd saved him. He thanked her softly, thinking that his junior was very powerful. He always had beauties around him while Shuiyi couldn't even catch one. Since you're alive, let's go to the banquet in the City Lord's office. With your performance today, City Lord, you won't kill you. Zhuge Mingyue's expression was still cold. Then she started walking towards the City Lord's office. The others all followed her. Second senior sister, senior brother is pretty miserable. Don't yell at him, Futian whispered. Yell? He'd gotten his life saved. Ask your asshole senior brother what he'd done. Zhuge Mingyue's anger hadn't subsided at all. Futian found this strange. He'd seen Shuiyi and Yushi's relationship. Why was Zhuge Mingyue saying this? Right then, Luofan patted Futian's shoulder and said telepathically, Junior, don't tell anyone. But fourth senior brother has already had sex with her. Futian felt awkward. And she has it already, Luofan added. Futian tripped and stumbled forward. He almost fell. Luofan grabbed his shoulder to steady him. But Futian's brain had almost stopped working. This guy. Futian finally understood why second senior sister was so angry. Even he wanted to kill his senior brother. Wasn't this suicide? Who was Yuxi? She was the daughter of Yuqi, the top armor of the Baron State and 8th on the Baron Sky ranking. He'd already proposed to marry Yuxi to the first place of the Alchemy Conference. Even so, Shuiyi had had sex with Yuxi and even got her pregnant. This was no different from suicide. Futian finally understood second senior sister's reaction in the Holy Ji Palace. Indeed, she couldn't save Shuiyi. Even the Zhuge family's patriarch couldn't help. Shuiyi was looking for death. Futian felt that it was a miracle for him to live until now. What's wrong? Hua Jieyu asked. She found Futian's reaction strange. Nothing. Futian composed himself and stopped talking for now. He couldn't spread this news. Otherwise, Yuqi might actually kill Shuiyi. Thankfully, Yushi's stomach was still small and no one could tell. Otherwise, no one could save Shuiyi. Now they had to see if there was still a chance. Yuqi had seen Shuiyi win second place in the Alchemy Conference. He'd probably consider forgiveness too. After all, this was a scandal and he wouldn't want it to spread. If Shuiyi could marry Yuxi, this scandal would be covered instead of exposed. The City Lord's office had already prepared a grand banquet. After Futian's group arrived, the banquet began. They quickly found their seats and sat down. Many people looked towards them and especially at Shuiyi. Had he really woken up so quickly? Yuqi also glanced at Shuiyi, but no one could tell what he was thinking from his calm expression. While making armory earlier, he'd acted as if he didn't even see Shuiyi. His endurance was terrifying. This year's alchemy conference is over, Yuqi said to everyone. Since we are all here, the promise from before is still effective. All the lords of the major families of Alchemy City are here personally. The 100 of the alchemy rank can choose whichever family they'd like to cultivate in. Of course, you can also join the City Lord's office. Today's final battle was incredible, the family lord of the Zhou family said, smiling. It's even more impressive than the last one 10 years ago. If anyone is willing to join the Zhou family, we will definitely treat you well. We will provide the best cultivation and armory conditions. The same for the Liu family, the respective family lords said. After that, the other families all spoke out, but they didn't say anything specific. Evidently, they couldn't compete so directly. However, this kind of invitation was tradition. The people could choose for themselves. After all, they should know that the top 100 were still weaker than the top 10. If they entered the City Lord's office, City Lord Yuqi still wouldn't have time to teach them, and they'd have fewer opportunities. There were many talents in the City Lord's office. The top talents of every decade joined it. If they joined the City Lord's office, they would be able to receive tips from the seniors there and have a good atmosphere. However, they wouldn't stand out and receive special training. Thus, not everyone would choose the City Lord's office. Of course, you don't need to rush. If the top 10 chooses the City Lord's office, they can practice armory with me. For the top 3, I will personally teach you my techniques, Yuqi continued. This was what he'd promised before. Of course, if you have other choices, I won't blame you. This is your choice. I'm willing to cultivate in the City Lord's office, Shuiyi said first. Many people looked at him. This guy had an ambiguous relationship with Yuqi. He obviously wanted to cultivate in the City Lord's office. Yuqi scanned him indifferently but still nodded. All right. Gong Sunye's expression was extremely ugly. He stared coldly at Shuiyi. Coincidentally, Shuiyi looked up at him and said, Gong Sunye, I already knew Yuqi beforehand. You won first place in the alchemy conference, but if you can give it up, I would be grateful from the bottom of my heart. If you need anything in the future, I will help you. This guy. Many people looked at Shuiyi intrigued. Was he publicly begging Gong Sunye? Everyone understood what he wanted Gong Sunye to give up, of course. Evidently, Shuiyi had only won second place, but he still hadn't given up. He wanted to fight for it through Gong Sunye. Gong Sunye stared coldly at him. He felt insulted. You've already seen what's between my senior brother and Yuqi, Yi Futian said. It isn't fair to you, and it's my senior brother's fault. But things are already as they are, so why don't you just give them your blessing? If you have any requests, I will try my best. We will owe you in the future. Since Shuiyi and Yuqi already had a child, he had to help fight for Shuiyi. And there were only 2 options. Gong Sunye and Yuqi. In reality, Gong Sunye was the only option. After all, if Gong Sunye insisted, Yuqi couldn't take back his words. Gong Sunye raised his head and sent a mocking glare at Yi Futian. Scram! Chapter 630. Gong Sunye was totally pissed off. Yuqi's date with Shuiyi was a shame to him. At this moment, how could Shuiyi and Yi Futian dare to make this known to all and ask him to make a concession? Were they mad? He was first place in this alchemy conference. How could they treat him like this? He made great achievements both in martial arts and alchemy. People regarded him and Di Gang as the 2 top talents of Alchemy City. Gong Sunye was totally pissed off. Yuqi's date with Shuiyi was a shame to him. At this moment, how could Shuiyi and Yi Futian dare to make this known to all and ask him to make a concession? Were they mad? He was first place in this alchemy conference. How could they treat him like this? He made great achievements both in martial arts and alchemy. People regarded him and Di Gang as the 2 top talents of Alchemy City. Gong Sunye had planned this for a long time before the conference. He was going to be the winner. Then Yuqi would enroll him as his first disciple. He was also going to marry Yuqi, the famous beauty of Alchemy City. He was going to be the next legend. He had waited too long for this day to come. But what happened on the alchemy conference had destroyed his fantasies. Everything he'd wanted had been tainted. Shuiyi took his woman away. Yi Futian was the winner of the pavilion battle 3 years ago. Who did he think he was to interfere with Gong Sunye's matters and make him stop? Oh him. He was the first of the alchemy rank. He didn't need Yi Futian to owe him. Yi Futian was only the winner of a battle that was held every 3 years, but Gongsun Yi was the winner of the alchemy conference that was held every 10 years. He would definitely become a legend in the world of alchemy. Those top talents of the Baron State would respect him too. In the future, he wouldn't even need to care about the Holy Ji Palace. Yu Qi, the Lord of Alchemy City, had never bothered to attend the battle held by the Holy Ji Palace. The word scram silenced everyone. Eyes all fell on Yi Futian. The big figures also became interested in this show, held by the winner of the alchemy conference and the winner of the pavilion battle. Looking over and seeing Gongsun Ye's eyes, Yi Futian knew it was impossible for Gongsun Yi to concede now. From Gongsun Ye's eyes, Yi Futian saw anger, coldness as well as pride. Obviously, Gongsun Yi didn't think much about his status as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Gongsun Yi turned slowly to Yu Qi and asked, "Sir, my engagement with you, she won't be changed, right?" Gongsun Yi. At this time, Di Kai looked at Gongsun Yi and exclaimed, "It is a tradition that the winner of the alchemy conference will marry the city lord's daughter. This is one of the greatest events in Alchemy City. Since Mr. Yu has promised, no one can change it. Please don't mind what just happened. The engagement won't be influenced." "Gongsun Yi, mind your mouth," one of his seniors warned. Gongsun Yi was from the Gongsun family, which was old and well known for alchemy. "I apologize for being rude." Gongsun Yi took a bow and raised a glass. "I'll take 3 as punishment." Then he drank 3 glasses of wine. Shui Yi and Yi Futian didn't look well because they knew that Gongsun Yi was going to marry Yu Qi no matter what. "Gongsun Yi." Yu Qi also turned to Gongsun Yi. He stood up and said, "I'm sorry about what happened before. It's my fault. As the host of this conference, I should be responsible for this too. Now I would like to tell you something. You are still the one to decide. Please follow me." Then Yu Qi stood up and walked away. Gongsun Ye's eyes flashed. Was Yu Qi going to give him an explanation? He stood up too and followed Yu Qi to the distance. Many people looked in their direction curiously. Yu Qi's appearance probably embarrassed Yu Qi. He had to arrange this well. People were curious about what Yu Qi would say to Gongsun Yi. Shui Ye's group was also looking at the same direction, but Yu Qi had separated the rest of them. Then he said to Gongsun Yi, "Gongsun Yi, since you are the ultimate winner of this conference, you can be my disciple if you'd like. I will teach you everything I know about alchemy. As for Yu Qi, I didn't teach her well. It's my fault. But before you make the decision, I have to make something clear in case you regret your decision." "Sir, what's it?" Gongsun Yi felt there was something strange. Yu Qi had called him here for a personal conversation with him. Was there something wrong? Yu Qi is a rebellious girl. She isn't actually willing to marry somebody she doesn't know. That's why she once left home for a while. It was at that time she met Shui Yi, and they did something improper. Yu Qi didn't reveal too many details. He knew that his daughter, by doing this, was protesting his decision. Hearing Yu Qi's words, Gongsun Yi turned pale. Something improper? He knew what it meant. If he married Yu Qi, it would mean that she'd already had another man before marriage. He clenched his fists tightly. His nails dug into his palms. Gongsun Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm down. "I am responsible for this, but it has already happened," Yu Qi said. "If you decide not to marry her, I will make it up to you in other ways. After entering the city lord's office, you will get to know many other beauties of my family. Once you meet someone you love, I will let her marry you. What do you think?" He didn't actually have to make such a promise. It wasn't a big deal even if Gongsun Yi knew the fact after their marriage. Yu Qi was only concerned that Gongsun Yi, the winner of the alchemy conference, might hate him and Yu Qi. That wouldn't be a good thing for the family. That was why he chose to tell Gongsun Yi the truth and promise that he would make it up to him. "If I concede like this, I will never be able to move past this mark on my reputation. I will become the subject of gossip." Gongsun Yi was torn. He lowered his head and coldness flashed in his eyes. "Yu Qi, you'll regret it." Gongsun Yi's heart was cold. He laughed and looked at Qiyu. "Sir, it's a little shameful, but Yu Qi is such a wonderful girl. I still want to marry her." Yu Qi looked at Gongsun Yi meaningfully, as if he knew what Gongsun Yi was thinking. What if Yuxi is pregnant? Yuqi continued. He didn't want to reveal this, but seeing that Gong Sunyi still wouldn't give up, he had to tell the truth. Gong Sunyi stepped back and trembled. His face turned paler. If Yuqi wasn't here, Gong Sunyi would have exploded. His fiancée was pregnant with another man's child. Bitch. Gong Sunyi was furious and needed to vent his anger. I won't change my mind, Gong Sunyi said determinedly, looking at Yuqi. Fine, as long as you don't mind. However, I want you to keep this secret. I don't want anyone else to know. You understand? Yuqi said slowly. Gong Sunyi felt invisible pressure. He knew the consequence if he dared to tell others, even if he won first place. I understand, Gong Sunyi replied. Okay, go back now, Yuqi said. I will give you a few days to think about it. You don't have to make the choice now. Yes, sir. Gong Sunyi turned around and walked away. Seeing his back, Yuqi sighed inwardly. Gong Sunyi was too proud. He wanted everything to be perfect, but he couldn't make it perfect this time. If Gong Sunyi was willing to concede and spend all his effort in practicing alchemy, Yuqi would teach Gong Sunyi everything he knew and give him a good wife. But Gong Sunyi was like an extremist. Yuqi knew he would definitely mind Yuxi's pregnancy. So why did he insist? The two went back to the dinner as if nothing had ever happened. After a while, Yuqi announced, for those who have made the alchemy rank, I will give you 3 days to decide. I will support any decision you make. 3 days later, anyone that wants to join me can come directly. Everyone nodded. Top talents like Dikai and Yenjun raised their glasses too, feeling a bit curious. Why didn't Yuqi make them decide right now? In such an occasion, most people would definitely choose to stay in the city lord's office. 3 days was enough for other schools to draw these talents over to their side. Gong Sunyi looked calm but was actually very upset. He knew the 3 days was for him. The conference has ended, but I still want to see more. Chu Jijiao smiled attractively and said, today we have so many talents here. It's a good time to have another competition, isn't it? You have too many ideas, said Yenjun. He looked at Bai Luli by his side and asked, how are the 2 headmasters of the Holy Ji Palace? They are well, Bai Luli replied with a smile. The 2 chiefs that Yenjun had mentioned were number 1 and number 3 of the Baron Sky ranking, respectively. I've heard that the top chief hasn't come out for a long time. Is he still practicing in isolation? Dikai asked. Our head chief is always mysterious like this. I have no idea either, Bai Luli replied with a smile. Dikai smiled meaningfully. Others might have had no idea, but people like Dikai knew that the number 1 on the Baron Sky ranking had been badly hurt. He didn't reveal the truth and just smiled at people. Among the top 10 on the Baron Sky ranking, other than number 2 the Ice Temple, the other 9 are all connected to the people here. You are right. Yenjun scanned the crowd. The first and second were Bai Luli's grandmaster and master. The fourth was Bai Luli's father. Huangzhuge's father was the 5th. Zhuge Mingyue's father was the 6th. The 7th was Yi Futian and Yu Shang's master. Qi Yu was the 8th. Su Ke, the 9th successor, was here too. Bai Luli was the 10th. Almost half of the 10 people were close to Bai Luli. Among people here, who will be the future top 10? Dikai smiled and glanced at Di Gang by his side. Actually, they didn't know that the successor of the second was here too. This meant that the Baron Sky rankings top 10 or their successors were all here. Chapter 631. After the banquet ended, the crowd left. Yi Futian's group also returned to their inn, Shui Yi and Luofan following them back. Along the way, Shui Yi appeared to be depressed and Yi Futian naturally understood why. After the banquet ended, the crowd left. Yi Futian's group also returned to their inn, Shui Yi and Luofan following them back. Along the way, Shui Yi appeared to be depressed and Yi Futian naturally understood why. It was already late at night. In the yard, under the moonlight, Yi Futian told Shui Yi, brother, there are still 3 days, the situation can still change for the better. You've already seen Gong Sunye's attitude. He isn't going to give up. The tradition of the alchemy conference has continued for many years. Moreover, Yuqi has personally promised him that as long as Gong Sunyi doesn't give up, nothing will change. Shui could not think of any means to overcome the situation. In today's alchemy conference, he had already tried his best but was unfortunately unable to come in first. During the feast, Yuqi took Gong Sunyi aside for a period of time and gave him 3 days to consider afterward. City Lord, you must be wavering as well, and brother should know the reason better than me. You sacrificed everything when participating in the alchemy conference and came in second. Yuqi must be considering brother as well, Yi Futian said. Shui looked at Yi Futian. Previously, he had nearly died at the hands of the people from the City Lord office. It was Yuqi who had protected him without caring about the repercussions, and asked him to escape to somewhere far away. Brother, what happened between you and Yuqi? How could you be this foolish? Yi Futian asked, speechless. Luofan and I went to the fire mountain to cultivate. She was there as well, so we ran into each other. You know, your fifth brother and me, we were only messing around with her, but we did not expect her to be so passionate. After some time I fell in love with her, but at that time I did not know her identity. When she gave herself to me, I swore that I would take care of her for life. For that period of time, we were very happy and freely cultivating together until we were found by the Alchemy City Lord Office's experts. It was then that I discovered she was the daughter of the 8th on the Baron Sky ranking. Yuqi Shuiye's expression was pained as he continued. I know that she lied to me, but I am not a fool. I naturally understood that she really loved me, or she would not have given herself to me. In that time I could feel her joy and cheerfulness. Although we did not interact for long, I understand her character. She is headstrong and dedicated. If she marries Gong Sunyi, I don't know what the outcome will be. Yi Futian nodded. Even though Yuqi knew that she would be engaged to the first in the alchemy conference, she still had relations with Shui, evidently because she was unhappy about having an arranged marriage. From this one could see how headstrong her nature was. She was defying her father. Yuqi is the daughter of the Alchemy City Lord, the 8th on the Baron Sky ranking. There is nobody who can help me. Even second sister is powerless to change the situation, so I could only take part in the alchemy conference. Shui sighed as he said, however, nothing has changed. A lot has changed. From my perspective, if brother did not participate in the alchemy conference, there would truly be no hope. Yuqi might even not let brother off the hook then. The situation now already has hope for reversal. Let us continue thinking, there will definitely be a way out, Yi Futian said. There were still 3 days. As long as the situation was not set in stone, there would be hope for change. Shui nodded, but he still felt despair that it was impossible to change anything. Little brother, rest early, Shui said as he left with Luofan. In the courtyard, only Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu remained. He raised his head and looked at the moon in the sky, his hands behind his back as he thought. How should he resolve the current situation? As he continued thinking, he felt irritated. If Gong Sunyi was unwilling to give way, it would be a dead end. He sat on the floor and took out his soul guqin and started playing. The guqin melody was harmonic and calmed him down. He knew how well the brothers in the cottage treated him. Back then, when he entered the cottage, he was only 18 and rash. At that time, everyone treated him like their own little brother and doted on him, especially second sister. His other brothers also protected him when he was surrounded by strong enemies, and never allowed him to suffer. However, that day in the Holy Ji Palace, he wanted to tell his second sister that he was growing and becoming stronger. Now that fourth brother had such a situation on his hand, he naturally wanted to do his part, but there was no room for him to interfere. His fourth brother was willing to risk his life for it. Would he really have to personally witness the tragedy unfold? The guqin melody appeared insufficient to calm him down. Hua Jieyu walked to his side and leaned silently on his shoulder. She knew that he was in no state of mind to play the guqin right now. The guqin strings quivered gently and Yi Futian stopped playing, stretching out his arm to hug the beauty beside him. Fox, we are actually very lucky, Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu nodded gently, her head sliding down to Yi Futian's lap, where she laid quietly. She said in a tender voice, although we've been through a lot, we are now together. However, I don't know if fourth brother can make it through this turmoil. He will, Yi Futian replied softly. 2 years ago, at the end-of-year sparring session, you wrote your entire life story in a tune. Can you play that tune for me again? Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian and asked gently. Yi Futian looked at the beauty before him and lowered his head, kissing her on the lips. He smiled and replied, sure. After saying that, he crossed his legs, bringing Hua Jieyu higher into his chest. Yi Futian strummed the guqin strings with his fingers and the guqin melody started again. From Qingzhou Academy where it all started, that one tune was all that mattered that night. The second day at dawn, a huge commotion started in the largest city in the southwest, the Alchemy City. The news from yesterday's alchemy conference had spread across the entire city. Everyone was discussing it, not just about the alchemy ranking but also about Shui Yi and Yuxi. There were countless people who were there yesterday. The person who had left the deepest impression on them was not the first on the alchemy ranking, Gongsun Yi, but the second, Shui Yi. The impact that he gave them was too strong, from the first impression of just playing around to sacrificing his life spirit to create a ritual implement and coming in second. Moreover, he had a relationship with Yuxi. This kind of story was the kind that most people like, so it had been spread by countless people. Many people were wondering if Gongsun Yi would give up and give Shui Yi and Yuxi his blessings. At dawn, another piece of news started circulating. Today, the emperor family was organizing a banquet and had invited all the experts on the alchemy ranking. As the two strongest factions in the alchemy city, the City Lord office and the emperor family both wanted these experts. Since the City Lord office had given them 3 days to consider, the emperor family naturally wanted to win them over as well. In the inn, Yi Futian was practicing his punches in the courtyard. Hua Jieyu sat beside him, her head on her knees with a mellow beauty. Her eyes had a tender look in them as she silently watched his figure. At that moment, Yi Futian was filled with vigor. Yesterday when he played the guqin tune, he unknowingly broke through his spiritual energy and entered the grade 3 noble in his sorcery, which was an unexpected surprise. Practicing his fists at dawn was a habit that he had long developed. He hoped that his martial arts could also break through together with his sorcery. Futian, at that moment, Yi Xiaoshi walked over and called out to him. Yi Futian looked at him and replied, "Good morning, seventh brother." Yi Xiaoshi stared at Yi Futian, feeling as though something was different today. The emperor family has organized a banquet today and invited those on the alchemy ranking. Not long ago, there were people who came to invite fourth and fifth brother. The two of them have made their way there, Yi Xiaoshi said. A glint appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. The emperor family also wanted to win over the top 100 in the alchemy conference. He suddenly thought though the emperor family and city lord office both resided in the alchemy city and their ancestors had good relations, over the years, even though they still protected the reputation of the alchemy city, competition was inevitable. If that was so, the emperor family would probably try means and ways to win over Gongsun Yi. Gongsun Yi would naturally be unhappy about fourth brother, and Yuxi's matters. It was possible that he would involve the city lord office in his rage. If he joined the emperor family, what would happen then? As he thought about the possibilities, Yi Futian's mind became more active and he said, since they're inviting the people on the alchemy ranking, it's only natural for brother to go. Di Zhou from the emperor family said some unfriendly things yesterday. Moreover, Yi Xiaoshi paused, evidently worried. Seventh brother, it's not like you can stop fourth brother from going to the banquet, Yi Futian replied. Yi Xiaoshi's gaze wandered over as Yi Futian continued. Fourth brother is the second in the alchemy conference. Nothing will happen to him. Let's just wait and see how it goes. Yi Xiaoshi could only nod. I'm going out for a walk, Yi Futian said as he left the courtyard, walking over to where Suke resided. Is anything the matter? Suke saw Yi Futian and asked, smiling. Does the Tingxue house have informants in Alchemy City? Yi Futian asked. He had heard that the Tingxue house's underground faction was all around the entire barren state. Yes. Suke nodded. In today's emperor family banquet, can they monitor what is happening? Yi Futian asked Suke again. Suke stared at Yi Futian, then smiled casually and said, sure. Do me a favor, Yi Futian requested. Afterward, Yi Futian left Suke and invited everyone to go to Alchemy City for a walk. They weren't sure if he did it intentionally, but he selected an area near the emperor family's residence. At that moment, it was exceptionally lively in the residence as all the geniuses had come to the residence. In name, the emperor family had only invited the experts on the alchemy ranking, but in reality, they had also sent people to invite many other geniuses in all regions of the alchemy city. The teenage geniuses from the southwest region of the barren state had all gathered in the emperor family's residence. It was a sight to behold. At that moment, outside the glorious emperor family residence, Shui Yi and Luofan had arrived. "Brother, it's not a good idea for us to be here," Luofan said. "I know." Shui Yi nodded and continued, "But I still want to try. Why go through all this pain?" Luofan sighed. They had already avoided a calamity on the alchemy conference. Gong Sunyi evidently did not want to give in, as seen from yesterday's banquet. However, the guy was really a bastard since he had already gotten first in the alchemy conference. There was no need for him to be so fixated on it. Was it just because he did not want to lose face? Chapter 632. In the emperor family residence, the crowd had arrived a long time ago and the banquet had already been prepared. During the banquet, there was good food and wine and even beauties performing dance and musical instruments. The geniuses who had come all took their seats, and the person in the first seat was not an elder from the emperor family, but the first in the emperor family's younger generation, Di Gang. In the emperor family residence, the crowd had arrived a long time ago and the banquet had already been prepared. During the banquet, there was good food and wine and even beauties performing dance and musical instruments. The geniuses who had come all took their seats, and the person in the first seat was not an elder from the emperor family, but the first in the emperor family's younger generation, Di Gang. Today's banquet was different from yesterday's. They had not invited sage plane figures from all around, but they had invited the experts on the alchemy ranking and the barren state's southwest region's geniuses like Li Futu, the Xiangjian siblings, Su Hongxiu, Xieji, and many others. Since they were all from the younger generation, it was inappropriate for elders to be present and it would make them more formal, so it was natural that Di Gang took over as the host for the guests. Moreover, Di Gang's identity held sufficient weight. Everyone knew that he would be in charge of the emperor family in the future, for this teen was reputed to be the number one in the barren state's southwest region. His position in the emperor family was the same as Bai Luli's position in the White Cloud City. When Shui Yi and Luofan arrived, many other people were already there. Luofan scanned the crowd and saw Gong Sunyi. He was sitting right next to Di Gang, and the two of them seemed to be discussing some matters. Seeing the two of them arrive, the crowd stopped their chatter and looked towards them. "Have a seat." Di Gang smiled faintly, showing Shui Yi and Luofan to their seats. The two of them did not stand on ceremony, walked straight to a vacant seat. "Today the emperor family has invited all of you as guests. Please do not act like strangers, and enjoy yourselves," Di Gang said. Melodious music played in the middle of the banquet and a group of voluptuous beauties started to dance, leaving them in admiration. "We have beauties and good wine, how can we not enjoy ourselves?" Someone smiled and said, "The dancers in the emperor family residence are indeed outstanding. Today we have many renowned beauties with us. How can these dancers be called outstanding compared to them? If the goddess pavilion Su Hongxiu dances, they would all pale in comparison," Di Gang said nonchalantly, glancing at Su Hongxiu. "I have also heard that the goddess pavilion can win over an entire city with just a dance. I wonder when I will be able to witness it." Gong Sunye's gaze also landed on Su Hongxiu as he said, "If everyone is so interested, Hongxiu will dance to hype up the atmosphere." Su Hongxiu smiled as she said. The crowd was immediately interested and someone said, "If we could have the honor of seeing Miss Hongxiu's dance, I will have no regrets coming here." Everyone knew Su Hongxiu's name, but it was rumored that she had never danced in public before. Could it be that they were about to experience a feast for their eyes? "Step down." Di Gang looked at the dancers and said. Immediately they stopped. Su Hongxiu smiled and said, "No need, they can just assist me. Please." Di Gang nodded his head and showed an inviting gesture to Su Hongxiu. It was rumored that back then when Chu Ji had danced, She had created a huge commotion in the barren state's southwest region. He wanted to see exactly how much appeal the goddess pavilion's dance had. Su Hongxiu removed her outerwear, revealing a sexy skirt. Her snow-white skin was barely visible and she put on a mask on her face, then walked into the center of the dancers. She smiled at the crowd through her beautiful eyes, then started her dance regime. With just a smile, many people felt as though their souls were about to be sucked out of their bodies. When she started twisting her body, there was a mysterious power that descended upon them. Su Hongxiu's dance appeared directly in their brain, as though she was right in front of them. As the wind blew in their faces, there was a fragrance in the air. As her sexy body wiggled around, every action attempted to seize their soul. Every expression was charming to the bone, causing everyone to shudder like their bodies were being electrocuted. It was as though her dancing body was the last thing left in the entire world. Luo Fan felt his breathing speed up and his body heated up. He closed his eyes, not daring to continue watching. With his will, he could feel that he was sinking within her dance, unable to maintain his composure. However, even after he closed his eyes, her figure continued to appear in his brain and would not leave. The banquet became exceptionally quiet. Di Gang's gaze could not move from her. He finally knew how terrifying the disciples from the goddess pavilion could be. Even he could feel himself losing control, as though her every movement, every smile had turned into a spiritual imprint and was embalmed into his brain. "Miss Hong, that's enough," Di Gang said. His voice had a mystical power in it as it rumbled in the crowd's ears. It caused many people to regain their sanity. Su Hongxiu did a slight twirl and stopped her dance. Smiling, she removed her mask, revealing her seductive face. At that moment, many people felt as though they could not control themselves and wanted to surrender themselves to her. "I hope all of you have enjoyed yourselves." Su Hongxiu bowed lightly and went back to her seat. Hongxiu. Yu Ming sat beside Su Hongxiu with an expression of infatuation. Winning over a city with one dance, entertaining indeed, Di Gang marveled. Many people had not yet recovered from the dance and were still looking at Su Hongxiu. If they could bring her home, they would be able to admire her every night. How joyful would that be? "I will probably never forget Miss Hongxiu's dance for as long as I live." At that moment, Gong Sunyi said. He raised his cup towards Su Hongxiu and said, "A toast to Miss Hongxiu." "Mr. Gongsun is too kind." Su Hongxiu raised her cup and blushed, making her even more alluring. Gong Sunyi stared at her face. At that moment he was thinking, Su Hongxiu is on par with Yuxi in looks, but she is more seductive and has natural charm. If I could get her in my bed, what a glorious thing that would be. As for Yuxi, that bitch. Gongsun, you're about to marry a beauty. It's not appropriate for you to say such things now. It's better not to make City Lord Yu angry, someone said jokingly. That's true. Gong Sunyi smiled and nodded, continuing, I will watch my language. Are you really preparing to marry Yuxi? Dizhou looked at Gong Sunyi and asked, Why not? Gong Sunyi said, Of course it's only natural. However, the person who came in second in this alchemy conference is also going to enter the City Lord office to cultivate, Dizhou said, looking toward Shui Yi and smiling. He then said, Brother Shui Yi, if you enter the City Lord office, it's better to let go of your obsession and give them your blessings. Many people who heard Dizhou's words had suspicious expressions. If Shui Yi continued to pursue Yuxi after he entered the City Lord office, it would be a disgrace to Gong Sunyi who had married Yuxi. After hearing Dizhou's words, Gong Sunye's expression became grim. I will not give up, Shui Yi said. He put down the wine glass in his hand and looked towards Gong Sunyi, saying, Gong Sunyi, you and Yuxi have never met each other and have no feelings for each other. Why force yourself? For you and Yuxi, this is unfair. You are the first in the alchemy conference. Even if you give up the marriage, you can still enter the City Lord office, become City Lord Yu's disciple, and be highly valued. In the future, you will become an influential figure in the world of armorers. Gong Sunyi lightly sipped his glass of wine, his eyes looking downwards, avoiding Shui Yi. He had a grim expression. Gong Sunyi, what my brother said is not wrong. Why force it if you have no feelings for her? There is no lack of outstanding girls that you can meet in the future, Luo Fan also said. Gong Sunyi, I'm begging you, Shui Yi continued. Gong Sunyi smirked and put his glass down. He said in a low voice, begging me? Then why don't you kneel? As he said that, he had a merciless look in his eyes as he stared at Shui Yi. Bringing this up in public to humiliate him? After yesterday's matter had spread, countless people in the alchemy city were discussing the matter. His reputation had been completely ruined. There was no honor in being the first in the alchemy conference, only shame. All this was given to him by Yuxi and Shui Yi. Shui Yi's grip on his wine glass tightened, causing cracks to appear on the wine glass. He stared at Gong Sunyi and said, If I kneel, will you agree to give her up? Brother! Luo Fan shouted. That depends on how sincere you are. Gong Sunyi sneered as he said. Shui Yi glared at him. In his entire life, he had never knelt down to beg to anyone. However, Yuxi already had his child. If Gong Sunyi were to marry Yuxi, he could not imagine what the consequences would be. Many people looked toward Shui Yi and saw his body shaking. Could it be that he was actually intending to kneel? However, that fellow had almost given up his life during the alchemy conference. It was probably possible for him to kneel as well. It looked like Gong Sunyi bore a huge grudge. Shui Yi stood up. Luo Fan stared at Gong Sunyi and said, Brother, can't you see that he's humiliating you on purpose? Even if you kneel, nothing will come out of it. Shui Yi clenched his fists. He knew as well, but he thought about Yuxi and he had no other choice. Gong Sunyi, you're really pitiful, Luo Fan sneered and said. Even if you marry Yuxi, with my brother and Yuxi's relationship, you think that you'll dare touch her even if you enter the city lord office? Crack. The wine glass in Gong Sunyi's hand shattered. Luo Fan's words had hit a sore spot. Gong Sunyi, you can enter the emperor family and bring Yuxi out of the city lord office. Di Zhou transmitted a message to Gong Sunyi. It was a good chance to win him over. Gong Sunyi suddenly smiled and stopped looking at Shui Yi, instead indulging in his wine. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Shui Yi saying, I heard that she has your child. If he did not dare to speak about this matter, Shui Yi was unlikely to as well. Whoever said it would die. Shui Yi glared daggers at Gong Sunyi. The two of you have humiliated me like this. Very well. Gong Sunyi continued to transmit his message. In the past, I thought that the city lord's precious daughter Yuxi was untainted and pure, but now, rest easy. Although she has already been deflowered, her looks are still top quality and her skin is fairer than snow. I will take good care of her for you and be gentle towards her. As long as she is my woman, she can't possibly resist me forever. And your child, I will take good care of him. Shui Yi's expression became extremely cold in an instant. Gong Sunyi was unwilling to give up, not because of his feelings for Yuxi, but because he felt that he had been humiliated and had a twisted mentality. He wanted to take revenge on him and Yuxi. His thinking was not wrong. Gong Sunyi had exceptional potential and was a perfectionist. However, to him, this matter was a huge humiliation. So he wanted revenge. One day when she's lying under me, guess how I'll treat her? Gong Sunyi continued to transmit his message with a cruel tone. Bang! A wild aura erupted from Shui Yi. He could finally not bear it anymore as Gong Sunyi revealed a cruel smile. If Shui Yi continued to pester Yuxi, he would lose face completely. Shui Yi, what are you trying to do? As they felt his aura, many people looked towards Shui Yi with amused expressions. Would he actually dare to fight here? This is the emperor family residence. Di Zhou looked coldly at Shui Yi and said, Brother, Luo Fan called out to Shui Yi. What had Gong Sunyi said to his brother? Bang! A spell erupted immediately, engulfing Gong Sunyi. Unbearable. Not long after, Yi Futian, who was not far away from the emperor family residence, received news that Shui Yi and Luo Fan had injured others in the emperor family residence and had been sieged, leaving them heavily injured. As Yi Futian heard Su Kei's words, he looked in the direction of the emperor family residence, saying in his heart, Sorry, brother. Will everyone accompany me? Yi Futian looked at the people around him and asked. Sure. They all nodded. The group then moved in a flash towards the emperor family residence. Chapter 633. In the emperor family residence, the banquet was already a mess and had suffered catastrophic destruction. Most of the people at the banquet had already stood up, looking coldly at the two figures sitting on the floor. They were Shui Yi and Luo Fan. The two of them were sitting with their backs to each other. They were dyed in blood and had lost every semblance of strength. However, the strange thing was, Luo Fan still had a smile on his face as he asked, "Brother, do you feel better after venting?" In the emperor family residence, the banquet was already a mess and had suffered catastrophic destruction. Most of the people at the banquet had already stood up, looking coldly at the two figures sitting on the floor. They were Shui Yi and Luo Fan. The two of them were sitting with their backs to each other. They were dyed in blood and had lost every semblance of strength. However, the strange thing was, Luo Fan still had a smile on his face as he asked, "Brother, do you feel better after venting?" Shui Yi raised his head and looked at the sky with a smile of self-mocking. This was the barren state after all, not the eastern barren territory nor the cottage. Here they felt powerless. "You can still smile?" Dizhou walked forward and said ruthlessly. Luo Fan looked at Dizhou and said, "Why can't I smile? You can't possibly kill us. We came in second in the alchemy conference and have already agreed to enter the city lord office, assaulting and injuring others in our emperor family and ruining our banquet. Even if you've already entered the city lord office, you still need to give us an explanation." Dizhou smirked as he said. Luo Fan looked at him derisively and turned around, ignoring him. "Gong Sunyi, even if you make such a decision, you're just creating a lose-lose situation. Why go to such lengths?" Luo Fan said indifferently. Gong Sunye's expression became extremely grim. "How impudent," many people commented as they looked coldly at Luo Fan, including those who had participated in the alchemy conference. They were extremely unhappy with Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Even though Shui Yi came in second by sacrificing his life spirit to forge a ritual implement, he was ultimately not from the armorer world. Moreover, he had illicit relations with Yushi before this, which made them very unhappy. After all, before the alchemy conference began, nobody knew who would come in first. Impudent. Luo Fan's gaze swept across the crowd as he continued, "I'm not referring to anyone in particular, but you all are trash. My brother and I have just mastered the foundation of alchemy, and we're already able to obtain second on the alchemy ranking. All you armorer family disciples still have the nerve to siege us. You're a group of idiots. Asking for trouble." Strong auras started to descend one after the other and a palm slammed towards them, sending the two of them flying. Shui Yi and Luo Fan no longer had any strength to resist and they both spurted out blood. They laughed and crawled up, continuing to sit there, looking coldly at the person who had struck out at them, Lu Wei from the Lu family. "Kid, I'll remember this." Luo Fan looked at Lu Wei and said. At that moment, Gong Sunyi slowly stood up and looked at Shui Yi and Luo Fan, then said, "The alchemy conference has a tradition that the person who comes in first will win the hand of the city lord's daughter in marriage. It is a tradition that has been honored by countless generations, and was also personally set by the city lord office. However, the two of you have committed a grave mistake before the alchemy conference. Moreover, the two of you have not repented and have repeatedly threatened me to give in and even injured me. Today, everyone at the banquet has witnessed it for themselves." "That's right, I can be a witness for brother Gong Sunyi," Zhou Sheng chipped in. Gong Sunyi was the first on the alchemy ranking, and would be a representative figure for the armorer world in the future. Li Futu and the rest looked at Gong Sunyi. What was he trying to achieve by saying these? "I can bear it no longer." Gong Sunyi walked towards Shui Yi and looked arrogantly at him, saying coldly, "According to the past years, I will marry Yushi. That is why I will no longer allow anyone to tarnish my wife's reputation. As long as you swear that you will never harass my fiancé for as long as you live, I will not pursue today's matter further and will let the two of you leave." Many people had interested expressions. Was he going to deal with Shui Yi? Moreover, using Yushi's reputation as a reason was indeed a great excuse. "What if I don't agree?" Shui Yi raised his head and asked Gong Sunyi. "I have said it. I will not allow anyone to tarnish my fiancé's reputation." As Gong Sunyi said that, A flame palm print raised Shuiyi from the ground and the terrifying flames rushed into Shuiyi's body, causing him to have an extremely pained expression. "That is why you better agree," Gong Sunyi cruelly demanded. At that moment, everyone could feel the icy aura on Gong Sunyi. He was really going to deal with Shuiyi. With his arrogance, he was unable to accept Shuiyi continuing to woo Yuxi in the future. It would be a humiliation to him. "I did not expect you to be this despicable," Shuiyi told Gong Sunyi in a scornful tone. Gong Sunyi had probably enraged him to strike first to obtain the moral high ground to deal with him. However, how many people had participated in today's scheme? The emperor family who had organized today's banquet, were they also involved? It had turned out as Luofan had expected. The banquet had been a trap. More flames entered Shuiyi's body, causing his face to contort in agony. His entire body was turning crimson and he was in the utmost pain. However, Gong Sunyi's expression was exceptionally calm, and he had no emotion in his eyes. He said emotionlessly, "If you still do not agree, I take it that you will continue to tarnish my fiancé's reputation in the future. If so, I will have no choice but to permanently destroy your powers." "You're serious?" At the side, Luofan sat up and glared at Gong Sunyi. Gong Sunyi looked coldly at the other party and revealed a look of contempt. Nobody could fault him for taking action. He was the first in the alchemy conference. Even after he had destroyed Shuiyi's powers, nobody could touch him even if he chose to join the city lord office or emperor family. As for Shuiyi and Luofan, their support was the Zhuge family's Zhuge Mingyue. Zhuge Mingyue aside, even the Zhuge family could not interfere in the alchemy city's matters. When Luofan saw Gong Sunyi's expression, he already understood. As expected, he was still too naive. This banquet was a trap set just for them. Di Gang sat quietly by the side watching everything unfold. He did not say anything nor stop anyone. At that moment, a person walked over quickly and said, "Yi Futian's group has barged in. Should we stop them?" Di Gang raised his head and looked at the person, then said, "Let them in." A similarly mocking expression appeared on Di Zhou's face. What a coincidence, he had just invited them over to the emperor family the other day at the alchemy casino. Surprisingly, they had come over today. Li Futu, Xiang Jiqin and the rest raised their heads and looked in the distance. They saw a group of figures moving towards them quickly and the group soon reached. It was Yi Futian and the Holy Ji Palace's disciples. Yi Futian stared at Gong Sunyi, cold killing intent flashing across his eyes. "Sister Yun Jioga," Yi Futian called out. The two of them understood his intentions and Yun Shuixing took out her hail scepter. In an instant, the frost intent filled the area and the temperature dropped to the point of freezing. An unending snow shrouded the world and the heavens. Gong Sunyi and Shuiyi's bodies were also the same. At that moment, Gong Sunyi felt as though his blood was about to freeze. At the same moment, Huang Jioga took out a bow and fired it immediately. The arrow flew through the air and turned into a golden ray of light that assaulted Gong Sunyi. Instantly, Gong Sunyi felt an extremely dangerous aura. He felt as though his soul was about to be frozen, followed by an arrow that flew through the air, attempting to take his life. Under the terrifying frost intent, everyone's thinking appeared to slow down and their gazes were rooted on Yi Futian. He had dared to attempt to kill Gong Sunyi without saying anything. He had really wanted to kill Gong Sunyi right there. Gong Sunyi did not dare to continue dealing with Shuiyi, and his body suddenly ignited and turned into red-hot flames. His entire body was surrounded by a flame armor, and he speedily retreated. While he was retreating, he raised his hand and fired a huge flame palm print. Bang! The flame palm print exploded and the arrow continued flying through the flames and landed on the armor, sending Gong Sunyi flying backward and vomiting blood. All this happened in an instant. From Yi Futian arriving and giving the order, there was no trace of hesitation or questioning. What arrogance! Di Zhou shouted in anger. Many people took out their ritual implements, but they saw Yi Futian walking forward, holding the polearm of divine destruction in his hand, and walking towards Shuiyi and Luofan like a gust of wind. Zhou Shang was very close to Shuiyi, and he had a brilliant flame armor on his body that looked like a divine vermilion bird. Rushing towards Yi Futian. As he raised his palm and struck out, A giant vermilion bird claw descended from the sky. There was a terrifying vermilion bird shadow that appeared in the sky, and its grip could tear a person to shreds. Yi Futian raised his head and looked coldly at the other party, raising his polearm of divine destruction and striking out. With a violent bang, the entire area was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. At that moment, Zhou Sheng felt that it was hard to even move. The vermilion bird shadow was crushed by the polearm, and with a huge crash, the crowd saw Zhou Sheng's body being forcefully slammed to the ground. He lay on the ground, twitching and vomiting blood. With that one strike, he would be lucky to be alive after that. He's gone crazy, many people thought, stunned. They were taken aback by Yi Futian's rod strike and stared at him blankly. Around them, figures started to appear one after another, and their horrifying auras descended upon them. In a second, the entire banquet area was surrounded, and everyone could feel the suffocating pressure emanating from Sage Plane experts. "Take them down!" Dizhou shouted in a frenzy. His body was shaking and burning up with a raging fire. Yi Futian dared to be so insolent and do such a thing in the emperor family residence. The moment he arrived, he did not ask to do anything and went on a killing rampage immediately. This was a slap to the face. The dreadful auras descended from the skies and surrounded Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian's expression became even colder, and he stood beside Shui Yi, saying, "The Holy Ji Palaces, Battle Sage Palace, Sage Dozhan's disciple Yi Futian." The crowd was shocked and looked at Yi Futian. What did he mean? The other people understood his intentions. Huang Zhouge looked at the crowd around them and said, "The sovereign family, Huang Zhouge." Tingxue House Suke, a lazy voice sounded. Bang! With a huge sound, Yuanzhan stepped forward and howled, "The Taihang Mountain Yuanzhan." The undying old man's successor, Phoenix also said softly. As the voices continued to sound, each voice made the crowd's heart skip a beat. They finally understood what Yi Futian meant when he shouted that out. "My brother was bullied in the emperor family, and no one stepped in. Now I want to see if the emperor family's Sage Plane experts dare to move," Yi Futian said coldly. Dizhou frowned and his gaze swept across their group. He only now realized that the factions behind this group of people were enough to rattle the alchemy city. Chapter 634. Li Futu and the onlooking crowd all shuddered at the shocking scene. Li Futu and the onlooking crowd all shuddered at the shocking scene. Yi Futian and Yu Shang, disciples of Sage Dozhan, the 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. Huang Zhouge from the sovereign family, where the 5th on the Barren Sky ranking was from. Suke, the successor of the 9th on the Barren Sky ranking. The Taihang Mountains King and the undying old man were also in the top 20 of the Barren Sky ranking. Not to mention Sage Dozhan and the Sword Demon's disciples were also around. On the other hand, the Emperor family's Dekai was only 12th on the Barren Sky ranking. Those who had participated had ashen expressions. They did not care about Shui Yi and Luofan because the two of them did not have any backing. Their strongest background was only the Zhuge family's successor Zhuge Mingyue. Yi Futian was also only a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Moreover, in an argument between disciples, the Barren State's elders would not interfere. Therefore, even if he was a Holy Ji Palace disciple, they did not have any fear and had more competing emotions than respect. However, when Yi Futian and his friends shouted out those words, they no longer only represented themselves but had revealed their backings. This way, everyone would have to think twice before aggravating them. No matter who you are, coming to the Emperor family to create trouble is not allowed. A strong Sage Plane figure set from the air, his aura continuing to surround Yi Futian and his friends. Yi Futian looked at him coldly without any fear. "Today the Emperor family has organized a banquet, and my brother came to the banquet and was assaulted by a group. As the organizer of the banquet, the Emperor family allowed my brother to be treated like that, and nobody came out to stop them. I'm suspecting that the Emperor family did it intentionally." Yi Futian continued, "If you want to interfere from now on, it's not me who is not following the rules, but the Emperor family bullying the younger generation. You can go ahead and try." Di Gang sat there watching the scene quietly. He was rather surprised that this disciple who had entered the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago would be so overbearing in the emperor family residence. He waved his arm and said, "Step down." A glint appeared in the sage plane expert's eyes as he looked at Di Gang, then rapidly retreated. No matter who it was, since Di Gang was here, they would not be able to do as they pleased. Your brothers broke into a rage, injuring others and ruining the banquet, so we naturally need an explanation. Today we need them to stay in the residence, Di Gang explained coolly. However, under his cool tone there was unquestionable sovereignty. The Holy Ji Palace's disciple? Although he felt that a battle with another noble plane was pointless to him, since the palace's disciples had come, he did not mind. With him around, the interference of a sage plane expert was unnecessary. Yi Futian looked at him nonchalantly, then turned to his brother Shui Yi and asked, "Brother, what happened?" "Gong Sun Yi transmitted a message humiliating me and provoking me to fight, so I did," Shui Yi replied. "Who among them participated?" Yi Futian asked again. "The guy that you beat up and him. Luo Fan pointed at a few people. The people he pointed at were all from the Alchemy City's clans and some of the geniuses from the Alchemy Conference. There were a few of them who had wanted to join the Emperor family and had fought to express their loyalty." Yi Futian's gaze swept across all of them. As they crossed gazes with Yi Futian, they felt a chill go down their spine. A noble plane figure actually made them feel fear as Zhou Shang was still on the floor, unable to move. "When is it your turn to poke your nose in my brother and Gong Sun Ye's matters?" Yi Futian smiled cruelly and his gaze swept across the crowd, a terrifying martial arts will erupting from his body. He then held his polearm of divine destruction in his hand and walked towards the Alchemy City's geniuses. Many people stared at Yi Futian. He actually dared to start trouble here? Yu Shang and Yuan Zhan stepped forward on his left and right. Huang Zhouge, Su Ke and the rest followed up as well. A terrifying aura engulfed the area. They had all gotten elite ritual implements in the Alchemy Casino, and they had all taken them out now. Those people who had assaulted Shui Yi were all aghast and looked coldly at Yi Futian's group, taking out their ritual implements as well. As the members of the Alchemy City's clans and strong armorers, they naturally had no shortage of ritual implements. One of the clan's genius held a dragon staff in his hand, a dreadful flame spiritual chi forming from it. Terrifying flame dragons shot forth from it, flying towards Yi Futian's group. Each flame dragon was unbelievably huge and covered even the skies and blocked out the sun. Yun Shuisheng raised her head and looked into the air, her hail scepter appearing in her hands. As she cast her spell, ice rivers appeared in the air, freezing the area, and the flame dragons were also frozen into giant ice statues. How dare the Holy Ji Palace's disciples be so arrogant? "Take them down," Dizhou said coldly. There were hundreds of geniuses from all over the state here today, and just the Alchemy City had many members of elite clans here. Yi Futian's group was daring enough to declare war on them. After all, this was the Emperor family residence. Another figure stepped forward. This time it was an extremely rabid genius. He held a fire god broadsword in his hand and slashed out towards the heavens. The golden flames split the area open, cutting the ice rivers in half and heading straight towards Yi Futian's group. An elite noble plane figure using a ritual implement in an outburst of strength. Its strength was horrifying and the light blade swept across the air, cutting through everything. Yuan Zhan stepped forward, the wolf fang bat in his hand becoming larger. With a loud roar, his golden body walked forward and struck out into the air. It was the 9 heavenly attacks which could split the heavens. The rod strike collided with the light blade in the air, causing the air to vibrate violently. Yi Futian's body flew like a gust of wind towards a person that Luo Fan had pointed at. There were people who tried to attack from the side, but Su Ke and Yi Futian's body turned into afterimages, the sword shadow moving as fast as lightning, causing the people who tried to step forward to retreat. There were people casting spells from afar, but the arrows in Huang Zhouge's hands shot through the air and assaulted them at lightning speed. As he saw Yi Futian descending, the person quickly retreated. But what he felt the next moment was an unparalleled pressure, and a force that made him feel like the air had frozen. His moments became exceptionally slow, and even his thoughts had dwindled. He knew that it was a terrifying will assault. Next, he saw a brilliant rod striking towards him. He panicked and took out his ritual implement to block the attack. Crash! A deafening sound could be heard as he landed on the ground with his ritual implement. His ritual implement fell out of his hands and the impact had caused cracks to appear in the ground. God knows how violent that attack was. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt as though all the bones in his body had been broken, then fainted, causing those watching the battle to be disconcerted. Futian was too overbearing, barging straight into the emperor family residence and injuring people. Was he going to get back at all the people who had dealt with his brothers? Even Shui Yi and Luo Fan were stunned. After not meeting for a few years, their little brother was no longer the teenager that needed their protection. It was as if they had just realized that their little brother was the Holy Ji Palace's elite genius, and many of the influential figure's successors in the Baron state were willing to be by his side. He had exceptionally high rallying power and dared to barge into the emperor family residence to stick up for them. While Luo Fan was touched, he also had a strange feeling. Why did he have a feeling of déjà vu? Back then, when Futian was bullied by the Qin dynasty, it was he who had protected his little brother. Afterward, third brother and fourth brother Shui Yi had come down from the mountain and blocked the door of the Qin dynasty to stick up for their little brother. Now it seemed that their roles had reversed. It was their little brother sticking up for them. What a tragic tale. At the side, Li Futu and the rest watched the erupting battle with unease. Was this the pride of the Holy Ji Palace, Futian? He actually had such a savage side. Lu family, Lu Wei? Futian held the polearm of divine destruction in his hand, and moved once again, landing in front of Lu Wei. Just now Luo Fan had emphasized this person, so he must have done quite some damage to his brother. You dare to be so insolent? Lu Wei saw Futian move towards him and his expression paled. Seeing the polearm of divine destruction covering the skies, he felt an exceptionally heavy force on him. He wanted to dodge, but an absolute pressure crushed down on his body, rendering him unable to move. He could only watch as the polearm of divine destruction got closer, and Lu Wei's expression became ghastly. Bang! With a giant impact, Lu Wei's defenses were shattered and his body was struck by the polearm of divine destruction. His body was flung towards the side and crashed rapidly into the banquet tables and chairs, blood streaming from his body, twitching as he laid on the floor. Many people looked towards Lu Wei. That strike probably left him half dead. Futian did not stop. He continued forward, spells flashing and solidifying the air. The polearm of divine destruction swung repeatedly and bodies were flung left and right. In the blink of an eye, many people had been injured, especially those who had injured Shui Yi and Luo Fan. They were severely injured by Futian and he did not pull his punches. Futian would naturally not go easy on them. When was it their turn to interfere in his brother and Gong Sun Ye's matters and add insult to injury? Bullying his brothers. Since they liked to bully others, it was time for them to face the music. This lunatic. Many people were appalled. Even those who did not participate were intimidated and stepped backward, not wanting to be dragged into it. This fellow was too violent. With his polearm of divine destruction, he was unstoppable and swept everyone. At that moment Di Gang, who had been silent all the while, put down the wine glass in his hand. He stood up and in an instant, a fearsome aura erupted from his body and the heavens howled. The aura in the air seemed to transform and become chilly. Li Futu and the guests looked towards Di Gang. Was the Alchemy City's #1 person among the younger generation finally going to step in? Di Gang stepped forward and flew into the air, his might surrounding the area. Behind him, a golden space appeared and unbearable heat and sharpness emitted from it. His life spirit transformed into Dharma and blinding rays of light fired towards where Futian was. With a huge crash, a brilliant phoenix shielded Futian. It was Phoenix's defensive spell, shielding him like the wings of a phoenix. However, the blinding rays penetrated the phoenix's wings and shot right through it, continuing forward. Phoenix's expression paled, but Yun Shuixing had also come over. An imposing frost intent appeared from her hail scepter, finally blocking the blinding rays from continuing forward. Huang Zhuge stepped towards Di Gang. His expression was sharp and a terrifying martial arts will erupted from his body. He wanted to experience for himself the strength of the barren state Southwest region younger generations number 1. To be compared with Bai Luli, how strong was he? His martial will transformed into a will illusion, creating battle chariots that rushed forward to assault Di Gang. Di Gang looked casually at Huang Zhuge. In the golden area a blinding glow emitted and under the crowd's astounded looks, a sun chariot drove out from within. The imposing chariot dragged the sun along. The chariot itself forged out of razor-sharp weapons. It flew down from the air, crushing and burning everything in its way. Chapter 635. The will illusion that Huang Zhuge had released was shattered and his battle chariots were all destroyed and burnt to nothingness. The sun chariot was simply too strong. Nothing could stand in its way, and there was even the divine bird Golden Raven within the sun. The will illusion that Huang Zhuge had released was shattered and his battle chariots were all destroyed and burnt to nothingness. The sun chariot was simply too strong. Nothing could stand in its way, and there was even the divine bird Golden Raven within the sun. Li Futu stared at Di Gang. Was this the number 1 person in the Alchemy City region? This was the first time he had seen Di Gang in action. Undoubtedly, Di Gang was stronger than him. The chariot should have been forged by assimilating his life spirit into his martial will. It had endless power, both in the burning power of its spell and the execution ability of its martial arts. Huang Zhuge felt a tremendous pressure and released his life spirit. A shadow of the Runhuang appeared on his body, causing him to appear as though the Runhuang had descended, the Runhuang sword in his hands. He slashed out into the air with the sword and instantly, an even stronger force appeared. The horrifying martial will swept across everything, a destructive storm appearing in the surroundings and finally crushing the oncoming sun chariot. However, Di Gang's expression did not change. He stepped forward and endless light rays surrounded his body like a god. He personally directed his chariot forward and in an instant, he had descended in front of Huang Zhuge and used close combat techniques. At that moment, Di Gang appeared omniscient, as though he was God and could destroy everything. Huang Zhuge raised his hands and the Runhuang sword slashed out. A tyrannical martial will appeared in the air, but Di Gang acted as though nothing had happened, riding his sun chariot and crashing down. The front of the sun chariot appeared to have an extremely powerful divine arms ritual implement on it, speedily rotating and crushing everything. His might continued downwards and Huang Zhuge was knocked back, not daring to face him. Yun Shuixing flew through the air, the hail scepter in her hand firing spells and freezing the area. However, Di Gang's life spirit also had a ritual implement assimilated into it. The golden raven in the sun did not fear any frost power and a flame armor appeared on his body, completely unaffected by the strong freezing spell. Invincible, many people looked at Di Gang and thought he was too strong, as expected of the elite genius reputed to be the number 1 in the Alchemy City region. At that moment an illusion appeared. The crowd could only see a gray spot as an imposing killing intent burst forth. It was Su Quebec. He appeared beside Di Gang. The sword in his hand slashed out. It was a spell-breaking, killing strike. Di Gang frowned and his arm stretched forward. In an instant, his arm had transformed into a divine arms ritual implement, refracting blinding rays and grabbing Su Kei's sword. As screeching scraping sounds sounded out, the sword slashed on his arm, sparks flying. Di Gang was unable to grab Su Kei's sword, but the sword was unable to sever his arm. The two of them crossed blows in a flash, as though nothing had ever happened. What a fast blade, what a strong defense. The crowd was amazed. However, both Huang Zhuge and Su Kei were only grade 2 nobles. How could they hope to stand up to Di Gang, who was already at the pinnacle of the noble plane? Even if they were both elite geniuses, Di Gang's reputation was not inferior to any of them. Bang! With another huge thud, coupled by a scream of agony, Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction had once again sent another person flying into the distance. Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen were standing guard next to him, clearing all obstacles for Yi Futian. Presently, Yi Futian was flying in the direction of Gongsun Yi. Gong Sun Ye's expression was extremely grim. The ritual implement in Yi Futian's hands had overwhelming power. As he saw Yi Futian flying across the air towards him, the armor ritual implement on Gong Sun Ye's body covered him, and he saw Yi Futian crushing down on him with the polearm of divine destruction. At that moment, Di Gang had made his way over in unstoppable fashion. Shadows of chariots appeared in the area and descended in front of Yi Futian, but were all destroyed by the polearm of divine destruction. An exceedingly brutal aura erupted from Di Gang. He donned the golden raven armor, and divine sun rays shone from his body. As he rode his chariot, he was covered in divine light, and the golden raven grew to the size of the actual divine bird. Its wings sliced through the air as Di Gang raised his arm, the chariot crushing through everything and colliding with Yi Futian's rod. A destructive force swept the area and the divine bird covered the skies, its wings sweeping forward, knocking the polearm of divine destruction back, and causing Yi Futian to fly backward and stand in the air. Yi Futian stared at Di Gang, Huang Jioge and the rest appearing by his side. True to his reputation, Di Gang's strength was indeed overbearing. Such a coward, first on the alchemy ranking? Yi Futian looked at Gong Sun Yi, who was hiding behind Di Gang. Gong Sun Ye's expression became ghastly. The first in the admission examination for the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago was actually humiliating him. However, he did not have a ritual implement that could match Yi Futian's. The power that the polearm of divine destruction could release in Yi Futian's hands was unexpectedly huge. The Holy Ji Palace's disciples are just a group of people who rely on their ritual implements to flaunt their power? Gong Sun Yi replied coldly. Yi Futian smirked and replied, "Since you wanted to kill my brother's matters are my matters. 2 days from now, I will challenge you at the place where the alchemy conference was held to a no ritual implements battle to the death. If you are able to kill me, the Holy Ji Palace will not interfere. On top of that, my brother will leave Alchemy City. Gong Sun Yi, do you dare to accept?" Gong Sun Yi looked coldly at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was challenging him. The first on the alchemy ranking with no ritual implements? "Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish," Gong Sun Yi replied cruelly. "The battle will naturally have many influential figures observing. Alchemy City will be the judge. 2 days, I'll wait for you," Yi Futian replied coldly. He turned around and said, "Brothers, let's go. Did I let you leave yet?" Dizhou said ruthlessly. "Do you even have the right to stop me?" Yi Futian turned around and looked at Dizhou, then turned to the emperor family's Di Gang and said, "If you want to come as well, I will accept." After saying that, he turned around and left. Huang Jioge and the rest looked at the crowd, then smiled and walked out. Such a battle was highly anticipated. They naturally understood Yi Futian's intentions to invite the people from Alchemy City to observe. A battle to the death where the Holy Ji Palace and other factions did not interfere was the best way to settle Gong Sun Ye's matters. Dizhou looked at Di Gang and heard him reply, 2 days later, I will be there." The crowd was astounded. Li Futu looked at Yi Futian's group as they left. The Holy Ji Palace's disciples were even more overbearing than he had expected. Xiang Jiqin similarly watched Yi Futian leave. This was the rising star of the Holy Ji Palace. 2 years ago, he had shot to fame in the sparring session. With his awe-inspiring courage and determination, he had brought his brothers out from the emperor family and started a battle to the death. Gong Sun Ye's expression was extremely grim. He was previously struck by a sneak attack and was suppressed. He would use Yi Futian's life to wash himself of his humiliation. His previous crisis was because the other party had used his ritual implement. In a real battle, how could he possibly lose to him? At that moment on the ground, many people let out groans of agony, evidently in a lot of pain. A few people had even fainted and could not be moved. Yi Futian. Those who had been injured had looks that desired revenge. There were also geniuses among the Alchemy City who had cold expressions while looking at the figures who had left. These Holy Ji Palace geniuses were really arrogant, they had just come in and did as they liked. After Yi Futian's group walked out of the emperor family, he looked toward Shui Yi and Luo Fan and asked, "Brothers, are you all right? I knew that the feast was a trap all along." "Fourth brother was too rash," Luo Fan replied. It's okay as long as you're fine, Yi Futian replied. Little brother, you seem to come a little too quickly? Luo Fan said with a questioning tone. Not long after the incident broke out, Yi Futian arrived. Why was it such a coincidence? How did Yi Futian know that they had gotten into trouble in the residence? Perhaps someone did it on purpose. Su Kei said lazily. Did we fall into your scheme? We're all brothers here, Yi Futian smiled and replied. So, our being injured was also part of your scheme? Luo Fan looked at Yi Futian with a fake smile. Nothing of the sort. Yi Futian would definitely not admit it. Luo Fan smiled and did not say anything more. This little fellow was getting more and more crafty. However, he naturally understood Yi Futian's intentions for doing so. He had probably guessed that Gong Sun Yi would intensify the situation due to his hate for Shui Yi. Only by doing so would he have a justified reason to kill the alchemy conference and alchemy rankings first, Gong Sun Yi. Once Gong Sun Yi was dead, there would be no stopping his fourth brother. What a bold and crazy idea. The alchemy conference was held once every 10 years, and the first on the alchemy ranking would be a symbol for that generation as the future of the armor world. However, Yi Futian wanted to kill that symbol. Yi Futian did not want to do that either. There was originally a peaceful method to settle this. His brother and Yushi already had feelings for each other, and moreover, they already had a child. If Gong Sun Yi gave in, the most that would happen to him was that his reputation would be mildly affected, but he would still remain as a shining star of the armorer world and be thanked by the two of them. However, Gong Sun Yi was too arrogant and prideful. He could not tolerate such a stain on his record, so he insisted on marrying Yushi even though he did not have feelings for her. Moreover, from Gong Sun Ye's attitude, he evidently involved his fourth brother in his anger and hated him too. Yi Futian did not stop his brother from attending the banquet to see how things would progress. He had seen Gong Sun Ye's killing intent. When the emperor family released the news, all of Alchemy City was in an uproar. Following up on the piece of news a few days back, when the Holy Ji Palace's disciples had defeated Li Futa's team in the Alchemy Casino, Yi Futian had barged into the emperor family and sparked an astonishing dispute, injuring many of the clan's geniuses and brought Shui Yi out. He had also challenged Gong Sun Yi to a battle to the death and allowed Di Gang to be there as well. The time was 2 days later, which was exactly the timing that the Alchemy City Lord Yu Qi had given them to decide. The location would be outside the City Lord office, where the Alchemy Conference was held. This was so that everyone could watch the battle. What a crazy notion. Where did Yi Futian get his confidence from? He dared to provoke the two most outstanding individuals in the Alchemy City, the number one in the younger generation Di Gang, and the number one armorer Gong Sun Yi. The influential figures did not leave and their curiosity was sparked after hearing the news. Were the teenagers nowadays so arrogant and wild? The matter should have been because of Yu Shi. As expected, after Shui Yi had sacrificed his life spirit to forge a ritual implement that day, the matter had not yet ended. In an elegant courtyard in the City Lord office, the City Lord Yu Qi was there, looking at his daughter in front of him. She was extremely beautiful and did not wear loose clothing, so he could see her belly bulging slightly. What are you here for? Yu Shi's tone was frigid. Today, Shui Yi went to the emperor family to attend a banquet and was involved in a conflict with Gong Sun Yi and was injured, Yu Qi said. Yu Shi turned around and looked at her father coldly, replying, "Are you happy about that? I have given them 3 days. These 3 days are for Gong Sun Yi, but at the same time they are also for him." Yu Qi looked at his daughter and replied, however, "He seems to be powerless to settle the issue, and his little brother has stepped in instead." He barged into the emperor family residence and brought them out and challenged Gong Sun Yi to a battle to the death. A ripple appeared in Yu Shi's eyes. Was it possible for the situation to change for the better? "In 2 days you can go watch the battle," Yu Qi said. "That battle would decide many people's fates." Chapter 636. 2 days later, at the place where the Alchemy Conference was held, the region around the Alchemy Conference, countless people's gazes gathered once again. Today Yi Futian would challenge Gong Sunyi to a battle to the death right here. 2 days later, at the place where the alchemy conference was held, the region around the alchemy conference, countless people's gazes gathered once again. Today Yi Futian would challenge Gong Sunyi to a battle to the death right here. Gong Sunyi, the number 1 in the decennial alchemy conference, first on the alchemy ranking. Not only was he an elite armorer, but he also had exceptionally high cultivation potential, a trait of an elite genius. Yi Futian had potential that would be envied by the heavens, and was the rising star of the Holy Ji Palace. He had come in first in the admission examination 3 years ago, with a cultivation level of a grade 9 noble. If it was merely a contest of potential, Yi Futian would win by a mile, but Yi Futian's current cultivation level was lower than Gong Sunyi's. Therefore, the outcome of the battle was difficult to predict. At that moment, the crowd was in intense discussion. Yi Futian was a savage person, barging into the emperor family residence to save his brothers. Moreover, he had injured all the Alchemy City clan disciples who had participated in assaulting his brothers. There were some people who still had multiple broken bones and were recuperating in their clans. Even the elite clans members dared not settle the score with Yi Futian. After all, they had teamed up to bully Yi Futian's brothers, and there was nothing wrong with Yi Futian getting vengeance for them. If their elders interfered, the nature of the issue would change. They had heard that when Yi Futian's group descended on the emperor family residence, there were sage plane experts from the emperor family who had tried to interfere. Yi Futian's group had revealed their identities and the sage plane experts had not dared to move. The people around Yi Futian did indeed have terrifying backgrounds. Gong Sunyi had arrived very early. He was sitting on an alchemy pillar, bathing in the flames with his arms behind his back, waiting silently. Since he was already here, Yi Futian would be here soon. Looking at the city lord office in front of him, the building that he had once resolved to step into, he dreamed of becoming a legendary figure who would be the benchmark for the entire armorer world. He had been working hard towards his goal, and every step he took had been down to earth, even to the point of perfection. He had always felt that he was worthy of the best, and his woman would naturally be the best. The city lord's daughter Yushi had always been his ideal path companion and extremely suitable for him. However, the incident during the alchemy conference had embarrassed him, and Yushi's conversation with him had infuriated him. His pride had been trampled on. Therefore, he wanted revenge on Shui Yi and Yushi. He would make them repent for their actions. In the emperor family residence, he had wanted to aggravate Shui Yi and find an excuse to destroy his powers. However, Yi Futian's appearance had trampled on his pride once again. The Holy Ji Palace's disciple had barged into the emperor family residence in an overbearing fashion, ignoring all of them, and taken Shui Yi away, challenging him to a battle to the death in the process. He had no reason to reject, so here he was to kill Yi Futian. After Yi Futian had died, he would naturally not let Shui Yi off. Many of the emperor family's experts had come, including Di Gang. That day, he had already witnessed the strength of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples. They were indeed very strong. However, he had not seen Yi Futian's true strength, as Yi Futian had relied on the strength of his ritual implement to dominate everyone. He was very curious how strong this Holy Ji Palace's rising star actually was. Li Futu, Yuming, Qi Lian, Su Hongxiu and many of the Alchemy City's geniuses were also there. Following that, some influential figures came, some watching in secret. Bai Luli did not leave the Alchemy City. He stood on the steps wanting to watch the battle. In the palace, Yi Futian had suppressed his younger brother Bai Zhe completely. The Sage Palace was considering allowing Yi Futian to enter the Sage Hall to cultivate in the future. This meant that Yi Futian had potential that was not inferior to Hua Fan. Entering the Sage Hall meant that Yi Futian would become an influential figure in the palace. In the future, he might even become a palace lord. Since he was also in the Alchemy City, he naturally had to witness the battle for himself. Zhuge Mingyue had naturally already made her way over a long time ago. The emperor family's Di Kai, Chu Ji from the Goddess Pavilion, Yin Jun from the Fire Emperor Palace, and many other influential figures who had not left Alchemy City appeared once again. Many people were stunned that a battle between two people from the younger generation could attract the attention of so many elite figures. Yi Futian and Gong Sunye's battle can be considered a battle between the Holy Ji Palace's most outstanding young disciple and the armorer world's elite genius. It seems to have some symbolic meaning, Yan Jun said coolly. He had heard from Li Futu that Yi Futian was not easy to deal with. I heard that Yi Futian barged into the emperor family residence 2 days ago. Dikai, what do you think about this little fellow? Chu Ji looked towards Dikai and asked. He's not bad, Dikai replied calmly. I heard that before he left the residence, he threatened Di Gang to be here as well. How is Di Gang compared to him? Chu Ji smiled and asked again. Di Gang's future is that legendary plane. In the entire Baron state, there is only one person in his generation that can compete with him. Bai Luli, Dikai replied nonchalantly and continued. If Yi Futian wants to obtain that right, he still needs to prove himself. How many years has the Baron state not had a Saint Plane expert? You should naturally understand what that legendary plane means. Chu Ji smiled faintly. If a saint appeared, he could command the entire Baron state. Let's watch and see, Dikai replied casually, seeming to have a lot of confidence in Di Gang. Chu Ji smiled. A saint, huh? How many people dreamed of that? How much effort had the Holy Ji Palace, the holy land of the Baron state, put into trying to achieve that? Bai Luli was reputed to be the person with the most potential in the Holy Ji Palace in many years. Would he be able to achieve the palace's goal? Suddenly, a commotion started in the distance and a group of people walked over. It was Yi Futian's group. They're here, countless people thought as their gazes landed on Yi Futian. This genius from the Holy Ji Palace was not fighting for the palace today, but for his brother. However, regardless of the result, he still represented the Holy Ji Palace. Shui Yi is here as well. Many people looked at Shui Yi, who was beside Yi Futian. His fate lied with Yi Futian. Everybody understood why this battle came about. Little brother, Shui Yi looked at Gong Sunyi on the Alchemy Pillar region and said to Yi Futian, Fourth brother, after you enter the City Lord office, you must remember to help me forge some weapons, Yi Futian said. Shui Yi was stunned and the serious atmosphere was no more. The battle was about to begin. What was this fellow thinking about? The deed isn't even done, and you're already thinking about how to fleece your brother's ritual implements. Luo Fan was also speechless as he looked at Yi Futian. We were ordered by our master to come to the alchemy city, but in reality, it was for ritual implements. We have gone to the alchemy casino and many people have gotten good ritual implements, but Yushang and I have not found ours yet. Brother, I'm depending on you. Yi Futian patted Shui Yi on the shoulder. In the future, his brother would be the city lord's son-in-law. He needed to sow his seeds first. The city lord will personally forge a ritual implement for the top 3 in the alchemy conference. No matter whether you win or lose, the ritual implement is yours. Shui Yi looked at Yi Futian and reminded him, be careful. Brother, I'm going to take your word for it. Don't regret it, Yi Futian replied seriously. A ritual implement personally forged by the city lord. What a steal! His fourth brother would have the Baron State's best armorer as his father-in-law after he had married Yu Shi. Would he lack ritual implements? Robbing him was a must. No regrets, Shui Yi replied speechlessly. This kid. It's a gentleman's promise then. Yi Futian smiled and walked towards the alchemy pillars. When Yi Futian entered the alchemy pillar region, a group of figures walked out from the city lord office. The city lord Yu Qi had come with his beloved daughter, Yu Shi, to watch the battle. However, many people were wondering who the city lord and Yu Shi rooted for. In name, Gong Sun Yi was the alchemy conference's #1. He had already obtained the right to marry Yu Shi, and could be considered her fiancé. However, Yu Shi was probably praying for his defeat. They did not know what the city lord's attitude was though. Yi Futian meets Senior Yu. Yi Futian bowed towards Yu Qi and continued, a few days ago, in the Emperor family residence, Gong Sun Yi and others combined forces to assault my brother, causing my brother to be injured even into today. Today, I am representing my brother to challenge Gong Sun Yi in a battle to the death. If I die in the battle, it is because of my weakness, and the Holy Ji Palace will not take revenge for me. My brother will also never step into Alchemy City. I hope that Senior can be the judge for this battle. Yu Qi looked at Yi Futian. He was this confident? What about you? Yu Qi looked at Gong Sun Yi and asked. If I die in the battle, it is also because I am equally weak. My family will not interfere. Gong Sun Yi replied. I will be the witness for this battle. Begin, Yu Qi replied coolly. As his voice landed, Yi Futian looked in the air at Gong Sun Yi, who was on the alchemy pillars. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted behind Gong Sun Yi. He released his life spirit. It was a catalog and it devoured the spiritual qi in the air frantically. Within the catalog, there were images being formed, and divine beings appeared in the sky, flying down from the alchemy pillars towards Yi Futian. In an instant, a giant vermilion bird figure appeared above Yi Futian's head, its wings slicing down like sharp blades towards Yi Futian. At the same time, it spat out destructive flames from its mouth. Absolute territory, Yi Futian said in a low tone. Around his body, divine light surrounded him and turned into starry brilliance. At that moment, the brilliance flickered around him. When the vermilion bird wings slashed down towards him, it made a shrill screeching sound. The flames that could incinerate everything flocked towards him but was blocked by a starry light screen. What a strong defense this little fellow has, Chu Ji said softly. Combined force of martial will. It was probably not one of Sage Dojan's methods. Yi Futian's body slowly flew into the air. Although the vermilion bird attacked him wildly, it could not faze him at all. Gradually, Yi Futian had reached the same height as Gong Sun Yi. Gong Sun Ye's expression paled. His life spirit catalog flew into the air, and a light shone on Yi Futian. In the next moment, a terrifying matrix appeared within the catalog and turned into multiple lights of punishment. In an instant, countless rays of light of punishment shot down like giant crosses attempting to tear his body apart. Yi Futian looked in the air, lightning appearing in his eyes. In the next moment, purple, golden, and green destructive lightning flew into the air. It was the spell, the wrath of the thunder god. The killing rays and lightning collided fiercely in the air, creating into a horrifying destructive scene. The cross-shaped rays continued to rain down, but they were unable to penetrate Yi Futian's defenses. I don't know about being an armorer, but in martial arts you're a far cry from me. As his voice landed, Yi Futian stepped forward, walking towards Gong Sun Yi. His arrogant figure made it seem as though the Alchemy Conference's #1 did not even have the right to battle with him. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.